I ran with a gang at University Point. We called ourselves the UP Death Kicks would terrorize anyone we thought was a synth. We kept egging each other on. Started with some property damage, graduated to some beatdowns. Then, inevitably, a lynching. The Claw's leader was convinced we'd finally found and killed the synth. Looking back, I'm not so sure.
You killed someone.
That one was enough for me. It was his eyes. Those eyes haunt me. It's bulging. So I turned my back on my brothers, broke all contact. Time passed, I became a farmer, if you can believe that. Then, one day I found someone. She saw something in me I didn't know was there. Barbara, well, she just was.
What was she like?
She had a smile like on those old magazine covers. Her eyes... We were trying for kids, eking out a living. Then one day, turns out my Barbara, she was a synth. She didn't know that. I certainly didn't. I don't know how the Deathclaws found out, but there was blood.
So they killed her?
Yes. I don't remember much clearly after that. I know I killed most of the Claws. I must have made a big impression. The railroad contacted me, figuring I'd be sympathetic, seeing that I lost my wife. And, well, what I did afterwards.
The railroad let you in, even though you were in the Deathclaws.
So many years had passed, I don't think anyone, well, except for the Claws, knew that. All they knew is someone fought back. I don't even know why I lie anymore. But I can't tell the truth. Everyone, Tom, Dez, you, even Darrington, they deserve to be on the railroad. I don't. I'm everything wrong with Commonwealth. You're the only friend I got. I don't deserve you being okay with this. Hell, I'm not even asking for it. But I figured you should know.
Everyone's got a past. The important thing is you're trying to make up for it. I'm still on your side.
I'm not the hugging type, so yeah, good talk.
So now he says that he used to be a part of an anti-synth gang, but left to become a farmer instead after the boys got too extreme. He then ended up falling in love with a synth named Barbara, and the two settled down and almost had their happily ever after. But somehow, the old gang found out about his robotic love and killed her. The railroad then contacted him, offering a chance to join, and that is how he got his start. This very well could be another one of Deacon's lies. However, I think we can prove it isn't. For one, this story is only told after getting Deacon to his final affinity level, and it's the last one he'll tell. Furthermore, this is the only one of Deacon's affinity stories that we can't get him to admit was a lie via speech check. It's the only one that can't be disproven. Bethesda meant something by that. What's even more damning is that very rarely, some of Deacon's more mundane travel dialogue will appear to allude to Barbara and his trouble with the Claws.
Can you ever truly escape your past? God,
Hey there.
I hope so. She would have liked this.
A lot of his travel quotes are just made up fibs, but these come off as a bit more emotional. Furthermore, during the quest, Rocket's Red Glare, Deacon, Tinker Tom, and the Soul Survivor will take control of a vertibird to use against the Brotherhood of Steel. And there's this moment where he refers to himself as an ex-farmer, like he said he used to be.
The Brotherhood is nothing if not arrogant. They'd never dream in a million years that an ex-farmer and a scaver could fly one of their birds.
Finally, if all of that evidence wasn't enough, here's the smoking gun. In Fallout 4's game files, there's an unused texture for a wooden wall with the name Barbara scratched onto it. Bethesda's ID for this texture is Railroad Barbara Grave 01. She was real after all. and this likely would have been scratched in by Deacon on a wooden grave post. In fairness, since this grave was left unused, we can't say Bethesda's 100% confirmed anything. But why would they have made something like this if this wasn't what they were thinking? And it fits in with all of our other evidence nicely. Many of Fallout 4's companions have personal quests we can unlock by maxing out our relationship with them. Nick Valentine will ask us to help him solve a great case that's older than the Great War. McCready will reveal to the player that he has a sick son back in the Capital Wasteland, and request our help in finding a cure. Deacon, though, has no personal quest. I suspect Bethesda was originally planning to give him one, wherein we would visit Barbara's grave, but for whatever reason, cancelled it. Now, you can see in this texture, Barbara's last name has been scratched out. Her last name was probably Deacon's last name too, considering they were married. So he probably did that to keep his identity a secret. Take what I'm about to show you with a grain of salt, because we're getting into conspiracy theory territory here. But in 2018, a mod author by the name of VoltGirl2077 noticed that when the detail on this image is greatly upscaled, and some alterations are made to the color and lighting, it becomes easier to discern meaningless scribbles from the real shapes. Most of this last name is still unreadable, but it does clearly start with the letter D. This brings us back to that question, is Deacon Johnny D, one of the original two refounders of the railroad from 21 years ago? Because he's the oldest surviving member of the faction, nobody has any idea when exactly Deacon joined. I already mentioned that Desdemona is the second oldest member, and by the time she signed up, Deacon was already an experienced agent. Well, in the Railroad HQ, on the PAM mainframe terminal, there's a file titled Access Records. This file is locked until the player has completed the game with the Railroad and defeated the Institute, at which point it unlocks, but you're not notified. What this document turns out to be is a collection of records from the three people who have led the Railroad since it was refounded by Wyatt and Johnny D. The first leader was Wyatt, the dude Johnny D refounded it with. The second was a man named Pinky Thompson, and the third is Desdemona, who's still in charge. I'm just going to go ahead and read you a handful of the earliest entries in this file, starting with the first one there is, and tell me if you notice anything. Okay, first one. Written by Wyatt, November 2266, the day he refounded the railroad. Quote, gathered surviving runners, held an election. I lost, or won, depending on how you look at it. After the HQ massacre, most people simply left the railroad. Only one person survived HQ, a runner named John D. He called out for volunteers to get some of the old files. No one stepped forward. My job is to rebuild the railroad from scratch. I think where Agamemnon went wrong is that HQ is known by too many people. I'm theorizing here, but once the Institute hit a safe house and leaned on anyone, the HQ would be easy to find. But how could Agamemnon know just how deadly those damned coursers would be? How the hell do we rebuild from here? End quote. Okay, next entry. February 2267. Got our first synth out of the Commonwealth last month. Threw one hell of a party. What people don't know is another runaway was recaptured by the coursers before we even got to them. John D has been finding tourists at a pretty good clip, but he keeps their identities to himself. Operational security, he calls it. It makes me grind my teeth, but he's probably right. Our whole organization needs to be more like a pyramid. A broad base of tourists that help out, mainly with information. Then the runners and safe house owners in the middle. Then agents. HQ on top of that. End quote. Ah, okay. Just like Deacon, John D did a lot of work with tourists and information gathering. And he kept the majority of information he got to himself to keep the operation as secure as possible. Remember how Deacon didn't tell anyone else in the railroad about us? Alright, next entry. March 2273. Wyatt writes, quote, a whole work crew of synths escaped together. 5 synths at once. We're scrambling to keep them hidden. Coursers have been spotted looking for them. They found one of our safe houses. John developed a dead drop system we've been using. Some vocal elements, Toby, say we should shut down. But that's a year and a half worth of synths. End quote. Now, this entry right here from March of 2273 is the last time John Dee's name is ever mentioned in railroad history for sure. It is our last confirmation of his existence. And he does not pop up in this Access Records file again from here on out. But here's what the next entry on this file reads. It is actually written by a different leader. Turns out Wyatt was killed shortly after, and a new guy named Pinky is in charge. Here's what he says. Quote, December 2273. I just found Wyatt's journal. For whoever runs this outfit in the future, I figure you should know how we messed up. We were running the work group of 5 out of the Commonwealth when the coursers found our HQ. Total storm. Deacon, that's what he's calling himself now, had an escape route planned, and most of the survivors owed him their life. Wyatt didn't make it past the first hail of bullets. End quote. Oof, let's unpack this. So this entry, December 2273, is the first time, or I should say, the earliest time ever we know Deacon's name is confirmed to appear in railroad history. He's at least been in the faction for 14 years. His name doesn't show up before this. Funnily enough, it just so happens that the name Deacon starts showing up after the name Johnny D stops being used. Furthermore, Pinky says that Deacon is quote-unquote what somebody's calling themselves now, as in they changed the name from something. Yeah, it seems very obvious that what really happened is Johnny D changed his name and identity to Deacon. Given what we know about Barbara, we can start to really piece together a bit of a history. Sometime before the year 2266, the man we today know as Deacon was in love with a woman named Barbara, who was killed by a group of anti-synth bigots that apparently Deacon used to roll with. After which he joined the railroad under the alias Johnny D, and a few years later the faction was attacked, and he and another more senior agent named Wyatt were the only survivors, and together they rebuilt. There we go, he's not a synth or a Vault Dweller or anything. No, he has a definable past, it's just very, very difficult to discern. Although, even with this vague backstory, we still haven't answered one of the original questions. How did Deacon know about Vault 111? Well, thankfully, if we jump a few years ahead in these Access Record files, we can find Desdemona's own personal entries, and she has some documents from a few years ago that give us a lot of hints. Sometime in the year 2284, she wrote, quote, Pam's been trying to find the location of the Institute in earnest, failing. Deacon's convinced the solution lies in the past, not future. Deacon already knows the big secret. We know nothing about the railroad before Wyatt was in charge. Or is Deacon Johnny D? Question mark. Deacon's been digging into Institute sightings from years, even decades before. Or at least, that's what he said. Getting really tired of all of his lies. End quote. Oh wow, so right here, Desdemona even kind of confirms our whole Deacon Johnny D theory. But beyond that, she mentioned that Deacon believed the best way to find the location of the Institute and figure out where they're based was by looking into the past, and he began digging through Institute sightings from years and decades before. Desdemona also mentions Deacon knowing something called the Big Secret, and that might sound really ominous, but it's actually not. The Railroad's Big Secret is that they sort of have a man inside the Institute working with them. Now, for a second you might think, wait a minute, Nate, the Railroad had an inside guy? That's how Deacon could have found out about Sean and Vault 111 and everything. But no. You see, the Railroad's quote-unquote inside guy is an Institute scientist named Liam Benet. Liam is very sympathetic to the synths and feels horrible for them. So occasionally, what he does is help synths that want out get teleported above the Institute by forging work orders for them. The problem is Liam doesn't realize he's helping the Railroad. Heck, he doesn't even know what the organization is or is even aware of their existence. All he thinks he's doing is just teleporting some synths above ground to be nice. He sympathizes with them, but he's not really working with the RR, and they're definitely not communicating on any consistent basis. So there's no way he told them about Volt 111 and Sean. But I digress. Let's get back to Dez's terminal entries and see if we can find anything else about Deacon. In the year 2286, just 1 year prior to the start of Fallout 4, she wrote, quote, "Dry year. Coursers, work crews, and synths vanished for 3 months. No idea why. Worked on fortifying switchboard. Deacon was barely here all year. Chasing ghosts." Ah, so Deacon spent most of the last year away from the railroad itself, out on his own mission, quote-unquote, chasing ghosts and looking through the past. I wonder. Finally, the last record on this entire database was written by Desdemona sometime in 2287, the same year we escaped. Quote, "Deacon working on secret project. Codename Wanderer. Deacon has a wild theory and an even wilder plan. Tea party. I agree, there's something strange there, but I'm withholding judgment." So the same year of our escape, Deacon had a secret project he called Wanderer, and some kind of theory, though Desdemona doesn't elaborate. Presumably, these have to be related to us. A core component in Deacon's search seems to be the hunt for the location of the Institute. Before we complete their questline during the events of Fallout 4, the Railroad spends a great deal of time trying to answer this question. Of course, we know they're located beneath the ruins of the Commonwealth Institute of Technology, but the Railroad isn't sure of that. They think the Institute and CIT might be connected, but they've sent agents to the old CIT compound, but found no secret bunkers or doors or anything like that. What they don't know is that the Institute uses teleportation devices to access the above-ground world, not secret doors or anything. There is no door to the Institute like they suspected. Anyway, Deacon's secret project name was Wanderer. What could that have meant? We know the player character from Fallout 3 was referred to as the Lone Wanderer by both the narrative and many characters, and we know Deacon's been to the Capital Wasteland before. In fact, he's probably been there very recently. He tells us he went there quote-unquote a few years ago, and specifically mentions that he's been there when the water was clean, meaning that he visited after the events of the main storyline were completed and we finished Project Purity.
I ever tell you about the time I was in Capital Wasteland? Now there's a tale. I miss Capital Wasteland. You can actually drink the water there. Capital Wasteland. Exports, purified water, some decent tech. Oh, and an insane suicidal cult that worships radiation. Thanks, guys.
Perhaps he heard tales of the Lone Wanderer from the Capital Wasteland, and that's where he got the inspiration for the name. Heck, maybe there was some connection. Here is what I think happened. I think when Deacon started investigating past sightings of Institute staff members, he stumbled upon evidence of Kellogg and the Institute's raid on Volt 111 50 years ago. He realized this was a very, very significant location, but didn't quite understand why. Heck, given that he wasn't even sure where the Institute was, maybe Deacon suspected Volt 111 was the Institute's base after all. It was closed, so he couldn't go inside it. Anyway, I digress. Coincidentally, at some point in time while he was watching over it, it opened up, and we, the player, came out. He obviously wanted to investigate us further, and began pursuing the player. Seeing as he's been to the Capital Wasteland before, and had definitely heard tales of a previous Vault Dweller known as the Lone Wanderer, he gave us the codename Wanderer, and hypothesized that maybe we could know something about the Institute after all. Desdemona wrote her terminal entry sometime after he started trailing us. Remember, this terminal entry was dated sometime in the year 2287, but unlike so many other terminal entries, we don't know the exact month. I think she wrote it after the game itself really began. Sure enough, at the end of the day, Deacon's hypothesis would prove kind of correct after all, and we the player may or may not help the Railroad defeat the Institute and become the saviors of the Commonwealth. he was right. Given that we can now be relatively confident that Deacon's not a synth or a former Vault Dweller himself or anything like that, this seems to be the most likely possibility. This would explain Deacon's interest in the player, yet his lack of knowledge about Sean, and it would also explain why Deacon didn't just immediately approach us the second we left. Initially, he wasn't sure whether or not we were an Institute asset. He didn't know for sure who we are, only that we might have been important. And thus, that is the tale of Project Wanderer. Deacon, as it turns out, is a very complex man indeed. He suffered the loss of his one true love, and horrible betrayal by his best friends. He's also seen so many of his fellow railroad agents die due to Institute raids. This is why he lies so much and is such a secretive man. He's figured out that the more information he reveals, the more vulnerable he makes himself. So he doesn't reveal much real information. Instead, he hides things, makes up stories, and becomes deceptive. But he is still a truly good man, with pure motivations, and a very, very noble cause. Anyway, it's been around an hour, so this is where we are going to wrap up. Thanks so much for stopping by, everybody. What do you think was going on here? Do you agree with our hypothesis, our story of Deacon and Johnny D? Or do you think there's more at play? Do you have your own theory? Leave a comment down below. As always, like ratings are very much appreciated. Again, thanks for watching, and hope to catch you all in my next video. Peace out, everyone. Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Nate here. And just over 2.5 years ago on this channel, I uploaded a video investigating the origins and nature of what I think could reasonably be called one of the Fallout universe's greatest mysteries. You see, since Bethesda's acquisition of the franchise in 2008, literally every single Fallout game has contained Easter eggs and references hinting at the existence of a lost, ancient civilization, and a mysterious, Lovecraftian entity which it worshipped, all hiding behind the curtains. Now, when you play the games and come across these supernatural instances for yourself, it's easy to assume that these are all just, well, you know, mere Easter eggs that Bethesda created for fun and aren't meant to be taken all that seriously, with no real consequences on the broader lore or narrative. However, when we start to connect all of these dots together, when we start really diving into the thick of this stuff, it becomes increasingly obvious that there's something greater at work here. You begin to realize that Bethesda is telling a cohesive story, one that offers us a tremendous amount of insight on the nature of the wasteland and on the sinister beliefs of many of the powerful people who came before everything went boom. Now, I first made that original video, again, over 2.5 years ago, but today, I'd like to revisit the subject. For a few reasons. The first is that due to my own self-imposed time limitations, I left a lot of stuff out of the original. I know, given the length of my modern content, it sounds kind of funny that I would be so conscious about a video's duration, but at the time I was desperate to keep the whole thing around 40 minutes. That was sort of my max back in the day. And while all of the important stuff was included, a few smaller details were left out of that video. Details which, while they don't really change anything major, are useful to understanding the big picture. The second reason is that there's been some major updates. Despite its less than enthusiastic reception by the community and critics, Fallout 76 has continued to receive expansions and DLC by Bethesda. Expansions and DLCs which have given us our best insight yet on the true nature of these mysterious eldritch forces. And finally, reason number 3 is that I've just been itching for any excuse at all to play some more Fallout lately, and this seemed like the best of them. Thus, without any further ado, grab a glass of your coldest Nuka-Cola Quantum, set your Mr. Handy to Do Not Disturb mode, kick back, and relax as we revisit Fallout 4's most enthralling mystery. Alrighty, so while this whole mystery really begins with Fallout 3, we're going to break the rules of chronology a bit for the sake of storytelling, and initiate our investigation with what Fallout 4 reveals about our subject, as this game provides some useful foundational knowledge that will aid us throughout our journey. Thus, let's head on over to Dunwich Borers, a large mining quarry located on the northwestern side of the Commonwealth. As many of you already know, Dunwich Borers is not the actual name of this location itself, but rather the pre-war company that created and operated it. Long before the bombs fell, Dunwich Borers LLC was a successful company which manufactured all sorts of mining equipment and ran several excavation sites across the old world. You'll be hearing a lot about them throughout this video. Nonetheless, the site is currently occupied by the Forged, a powerful raider tribe which also controls the nearby Saugus Ironworks plant. Evidently, the Forged are extracting ore from this quarry and then transporting it to Saugus, where they process and turn it all into armor and building materials. A rather sophisticated operation for a bunch of raiders, right? Nonetheless, it has a fatal flaw. While at first the place seems like another typical raider dungeon, as we progress deeper and deeper into the depths of Dunwich, the raiders start getting weird. They can be overheard talking to themselves in a weird sort of way. And occasionally, even more ominously, the entire quarry will be rocked with these mysterious footstep-like vibrations that escalate in intensity and sound the closer we get to the bottom. Throughout the whole complex, numerous terminals can be found, with entries from the pre-war corporate managers. They document an alarming series of workplace safety issues, as the company refused to offer employees the bare minimum in safety equipment. Eyewear was never distributed, and railings around sharp cliffs were always left uninstalled. As you might imagine, this led to several unnecessary deaths among the workers. Even more alarming, though, is that as we go through the ancient correspondence, it becomes more and more apparent that the Dunwich Company was trying to dig up something greater than just marble and iron. Something supernatural, almost. Notes left by the current raiders also speak of a frightening tale. Evidently, the bandits assigned to guard this quarry have been plagued with fear, anxiety, and paranoia. Reports of experienced, battle-hardened men losing their mind and just disappearing into the depths of Dunwich while on duty are common, while other members have just left altogether against their orders. Eventually, as we near the bottom, the sole survivor will begin to experience weird pre-war-esque flashbacks, depicting the excavations during normal operations, or at least what seem to be normal operations. No matter, as we enter the final chamber of the quarry, one last flashback will play. This one seems to depict a cult-like ceremony of some kind, with a captive audience and human sacrifice taking place. Not only that, but the room we see in the flashback is decorated with all sorts of strange marble furnishings. After this flashback ends, though, a large flooded tunnel will emerge, which we can swim down to find a small underwater chamber, with more of the mysterious marble furnishings, and a unique blade, Krimva's tooth, lying on a podium. which serves as our reward for conquering the dungeon. Krimva's tooth is a beast of a blade. Boasting more than just a unique model and texture, it possesses a special enchantment called Sacrificial Blade, which allows it to do a considerable amount of lingering poison and bleeding damage on any non-robotic foe it's used against. Notably, the blade is flanked by 2 mini nukes, which is, well, bizarre to say the least. Why were these placed down here? And how on earth did the Dunwich Company acquire them? The answers to these questions are anything but obvious, though could indicate a potentially radioactive power at play. Furthermore, aside from the ancient shrine and architecture, at the bottom of the flooded hole we entered this place from, a very suspicious metallic eye can be found staring back at us. What on earth? Clearing this dungeon has only left us with even more questions than answers. Insane raiders, mythical blades, freaky rumblings, and remnants of ancient artwork. As I said in my first version of this video, conclusions are difficult to draw. But it seems apparent that something supernatural had drawn the Dunwich Company here. Though what exactly they were trying to gain remains elusive. Well, thankfully, Bethesda wasn't shy about their inspiration behind this location. You see, Dunwich Borers is a clear reference to the works of early 20th century horror writer Howard Phillips, or H.P. Lovecraft. Lovecraft is famous for creating what is now often known by the public as the Cthulhu mythos, and through it, essentially pioneered a new genre of horror. One dominated not by vampires, werewolves, and gore, but by strange, mysterious, and incomprehensible godlike entities, who are at best indifferent to humans and at worst, opposed to us. Furthermore, while Lovecraft is most often associated with the terrifying divine beings he concocted, he also played extensively with the idea of humanity not being the only intelligent species to have inhabited the Earth. He wrote frequently in his works about ancient, non-human civilizations that rose and fell before mankind, and who worshipped his cosmically horrifying gods. One of Lovecraft's more famous stories is called the Dunwich Horror. Get it? Dunwich Borers, the Dunwich Horror? Yeah, Bethesda did that on purpose. The Dunwich Horror is set in the fictional town of Dunwich in rural northwestern Massachusetts, not unlike the location in Fallout 4. It tells the tale of the secluded Wheatley family, who are believed by their neighbors to practice dark magic and strange rituals. Evidently, they've been hoarding mysterious ancient books, and whenever they do business with anyone in the town, they pay with these strange gold coins rather than just paper money. The Wheatley child is described as goat-ish in his appearance, and seems to have completely reached manhood by the age of 7, for some reason. Anyway, throughout the story, it's mentioned in passing that the family is continuously working on renovations to their barn, constantly purchasing timber, nails, tools, all so they can add new rooms and floors to their building, but for seemingly no reason. Neighbors note that despite how much bigger their barn has grown, the Wheatley family's cattle herd has only gotten smaller. What's all that space for? It doesn't help that bizarre rumblings are also often heard coming from the farm. As the story progresses, the events escalate. Locals start going missing, the rumbling gets much louder, and many of the town's residents are captured by a wave of unexplainable paranoia and anxiety. Eventually, at the climax of the tale, it's revealed that the Wheatleys had been raising the child of a Lovecraftian god known as Yog-Sothoth in their barn, and the frequent expansions and contractions to the building were necessary not to accommodate a larger cattle herd, but to fit this creature inside. The beast soon grows so large that it escapes the barn and begins terrorizing the region, until it's finally defeated by what is essentially a coalition of academics who are well versed in the ancient text and have an idea of what's going on. The end. Bethesda seems to have been inspired by this tale to include a similar supernatural entity at the center of their Fallout 4 location. Much like the Wheatleys, the Dunwich Mining Company seems to have captured the attention of a dark force through this quarry, though their efforts were disturbed by the Great War before they could fully complete whatever the objective was. There's so much more we could discuss about this place, and the similarities between Lovecraft's story, and we will in time. But for now, I'd like to shift our attention away from this quarry and over to Parsons State Insane Asylum, where we can encounter one of the most interesting men in Fallout history, Lorenzo Cabot. Dr. Lorenzo Cabot is easily one of the oldest humans we've ever encountered in the franchise. Born in the late 1830s, he's nearly 500 years old and shows no signs of aging past his 50s. As we learn during the events of the Cabot House questline, long before the bombs fell, Lorenzo was a world-renowned archaeologist, with a specific interest in ancient non-human civilizations that predate our own. According to his son, Jack, who is also very old, though just maybe 40 years younger, sometime in the mid-19th century, Lorenzo embarked on an expedition to the Rub al-Khali Desert in Arabia, in search of some lost city that he believed would prove his theories right once and for all. Here's just how Jack explains it.
You think aliens created human civilization?
Yes, if by alien you mean a non-human precursor to the commonly understood founding cultures, Sumer, Egypt, Assyria. My father excavated a city in the Rub al-Khali in Arabia, which he dated to more than 4,000 years before the rise of any known human civilization. The structures and artifacts were strange, disturbing even. Clearly not constructed for or by humans. I've spent my life trying to decipher what he uncovered.
I was intrigued by your theory about an ancient alien civilization.
Actually, it was my father's theory. Now proven beyond doubt, although only to me, unfortunately. There aren't many archaeology journals publishing these days.
What was your father's theory?
He believed that all of the earliest human civilizations shared some common parent that was unknown to history. Think of Atlantis. The myth of an advanced civilization destroyed by a cataclysm is shared by many widely separated ancient cultures. Eventually, he found what he was looking for. A lost city, buried beneath the sands of the empty quarter of the Arabian desert. Millennia older than the earliest human civilizations, but with technology that seems to have surpassed our own. And yet, everything about it is strange, disturbing geometries. Tools not made for human hands. Carvings that hint at dimensions beyond our own.
What's going on at that old insane asylum?
I carried out some of my research there. That's all you need to know.
The more I know, the better I'll be at my job.
Well, I suppose that may be true. My father is confined in Parsons. For his own safety and everyone else's. He became dangerously unstable after handling an ancient artifact he found in Arabia. I've spent my life trying to figure out how to cure him.
Indeed, as the questline reveals, after finding a mysterious crown in his lost city, Lorenzo Cabot began to go mad. He refused to take the device off, and it caused him to develop an assortment of supernatural abilities, including superhuman strength, intelligence, immunity to aging, and even telekinesis. While such powers may seem like a blessing, they came with a dramatic cost. Lorenzo lost feelings of empathy and compassion, and seems to have committed a horrible series of crimes following his return. As a result, his son had him confined at Parsons, and desperately began studying the situation. Long story short, while Jack was unable to cure his father, he did discover that his father's blood could be used to halt aging and expand the gift of immortal life to others. Thus, nearly half a millennium after the Great War, the Cabot family continues to live in their pre-war ways, while their patriarch rots in an ancient asylum. Ultimately, the player will be given the choice between finally freeing Lorenzo from his confines, which will result in him Minecrafting his whole family in an angry rage and unleashing unforeseen terrors upon the world, or helping Jack put his father down once and for all. Now, while the Cabot family questline is easily one of the most enjoyable moments in the game, and at its core seems to just be the writers having some fun, over the years I've grown increasingly convinced that this is all strongly connected to whatever beast has been plaguing the tunnels of Dunwich. Here's why. For one, all of the lore around a lost city in the deserts of Arabia, populated by an ancient, non-human precursor, is straight out of Lovecraft. Indeed, in 1921, the author published a story called The Nameless City that mirrors Lorenzo's expedition ominously well. The Nameless City describes the adventures of a late 1800s archaeologist who hunts down and finds a lost city literally in the Rub al Khali, the same place Lorenzo found his. The protagonist descends into its depths and discovers an assortment of horrifying ancient artifacts, before eventually being scared away by something scurrying inside. And while there are notable deviations between Lovecraft's hero and Lorenzo, for example, Lovecraft makes no mention of a crown, and his protagonist doesn't become crazy and evil, the similarities remain too obvious to ignore. As a matter of fact, when Jack mentions disturbing geometries in his father's city, I said that a little too empathetic, anyway, he's almost verbatim quoting H.P. Lovecraft, who uses the same term in several of his works, and specifically to describe his city in the book. Furthermore, and here's what I really consider to be the smoking gun, remember that metallic eye we found at the bottom of Dunwich Borers? Well, by no-clipping around the object, or just inspecting its reference ID number via the console, we'll discover that it's actually a part of a much larger bronze bust that we've seen before. Indeed, the exact same kind of head can be found at several locations across the Commonwealth, including the Mass Fusion Building, Swan's Pond, Hubris Comics, and more. And similar, though not necessarily identical busts, exist all over as well. This architectural trend of just giant faces seems to have extended well beyond Boston in the pre-war days, as indistinguishable bronze megaliths could also be seen throughout the Capital Wasteland in Fallout 3. Heck, they've even appeared in the classic isometric Fallout games. Okay, Nate, so the eye at Dunwich is associated with some weird pre-war artistic trend. But where does Lorenzo Cabot fit into all of this? Well, dear viewer, the answer to that question lies in Fallout Shelter Online. Fallout Shelter Online is basically just an online spin-off to the Fallout Shelter mobile game that was released in 2020. And in it, there's an interesting mechanic where the player can collect trading cards representing certain characters in the Fallout universe. And indeed, Lorenzo Cabot has his own card. This is what it looks like. Look at that background. Dare I say, that appears to be the exact same megalithic sculpture from Dunwich. Notice the identical position of the eyelids in both sculptures. This trading card, in my opinion, heavily implies, if not outright confirms, that Lorenzo Cabot must have stumbled upon one of these during his excavation of the Lost City. Now, there's a lot more for us to say about Lorenzo and the Commonwealth Quarry, and we will in time. But for now, I'd like to take a moment to shift our gaze away from Fallout 4, and see what Fallout 3 has to say about this Eldritch mystery. Because, boy, does it have a lot to say. Thus, let's pack up our bags and head to the Capital Wasteland. Specifically, to the southwestern corner of the map, and visit the Dunwich Building. As its name alludes, the Dunwich Building is actually the corporate headquarters of Dunwich Borers LLC, and like its sister location, seems to be a hub for all things paranormal. Upon entry, we'll find the remains of a few scavengers and a handful of ghouls occupying the premises. But as we navigate this ancient workplace, it will become more and more obvious that this is no ordinary dungeon. The lone wanderer will begin receiving flashbacks and will start seeing doors open and close on their own, as well as occasionally hear a strange rumbling. Not unlike what we encountered earlier. Notably, about halfway through the complex, an old terminal can be found. It evidently was using some sort of text-to-speech software, as its earliest entries date to before the Great War, and seem to have been direct transcriptions of certain speeches given by Dunwich's corporate executives. However, there are also 3 entries from the year 2134, nearly 60 years after everything hit the fan, when the software must have picked up on some scavengers, and what those scavengers were saying was recorded, and it's pretty weird. You can pause the video to read everything, but the author of this terminal appears to progressively be growing madder and madder, eventually calling out to some entity named Ugg Qualtoth and praising its return. What on earth? That's not all, though. Scattered throughout the office, we can find several holotapes left behind by a man named Jamie, who evidently came to Dunwich in search of his father, who had this book that he really wanted to bring here for some reason. Take a listen.
Why the hell would he come all the way out here? Dad's been a little nuts for some time now, but not like this. Leaving me in that crappy old hospital without waking me. Without a goddamn flashlight. I made enough selling the meds we scrounged to have kept us both fed at the colony for weeks. Now I'm almost out of rations, my shoes are pretty much destroyed, and I'm still chasing the old coot. By my last reckoning, he was headed south. Maybe I shouldn't have waited so damn long to start tracking him. Trail's gone cold. Gonna wander with these guys a while. They say they wander the area. Maybe somebody's seen Dad. These guys aren't who I thought they were. Jesus, they killed that family for a sack of rotten vegetables. Getting out of here next chance I can without catching a bullet. Hit a caravan today. Trev didn't see the kid and got popped. I took care of Tawny right then and put one in Thor before he saw her fall. That earned me some grub from the traders. Even better, they saw Dad. He was in pretty rough shape and still has the goddamn book. Trader says it gave him the creeps. Me too. But it's good to know he's still alive, still headed south. He must have been trying to trap food here. I recognize his snares. I can make out a building on the horizon. That must be where he headed. If not, at least I get a roof tonight.
What could have been leading Jamie's dad to this godforsaken place? And more importantly, what exactly does that have to do with this book of his? Well, as we approach the end of the dungeon, we'll get something resembling an answer to that question. In the final chambers of the office, the lone wanderer will discover a small cavern system beneath the building, where we'll find several ghouls praying to a bizarre obelisk of some kind. And among them will be a ghoulified and very hostile Jamie, whom we'll have to defeat. What in Adam's name has happened here? The obelisk itself is of a traditional Egyptian design, though decorated with skulls and a distressed body rather than hieroglyphics, and it emits a small amount of radiation, which likely has something to do with all of the ferals that have overrun the place. In Jamie's inventory, we'll be able to find his last 2 holotapes, which conclude his unfortunate story.
God help me. I found Dad today. I didn't think it was him, but the face. The zombies didn't touch him. I think he was becoming like them. Didn't know it was him until I found that old book near him. No more killing. I just need to go. Can't forget the book. All I have left of him. It's warm against the stone. I'll just rest a while. Sharp knife. Sharp knife to send him to Deep Temple. Flay and say my words. Abdul comes again on the Feast of the Weaker. Feast for the Deep Temple. Born again. Here. Al-Hazared. Yes. Yes.
Clearly, in his final moments, Jamie succumbed to the same supernatural force that took the author of those terminal entries earlier. Though, pay attention to the dialogue of that final holotape. Sharp knife, come to Deep Temple, fillet and say my words. While this seems to reference the cavern we're in now, it's worth noting that this weird series of words also perfectly describes what we find at the Fallout 4 sister location, where we discover a sharp knife, Krimva's tooth, buried in a deep temple where sacrifices seem to have been performed. So maybe it's just a coincidence, or maybe this is some real foreshadowing here. Additionally, in his ramblings, Jamie mentions the name Abdul, and goes on to call upon the name Al-Azred. This is a clear reference to Abdul Al-Azred, a character featured prominently in the writings of H.P. Lovecraft. According to Phillips, Al-Azred, also known as the Mad Poet, was an Arab writer and philosopher who lived in the early 700s around Damascus, and worshipped many of the strange eldritch gods that at that point had been long forgotten. His greatest contribution to the lore, I would say, was writing the Necronomicon, or Book of the Dead, a text said to have been directly inspired from Yog-Sothoth and Cthulhu, though we don't exactly know its contents. Abdul and his Forsaken text are mentioned in several of Lovecraft's writings, and Bethesda seems to be linking them directly by name to whatever is going on at the Dunwich building. The book Jamie's dad was so obsessed with could very well be some variation of the Necronomicon. We'll have quite a bit more to say about the Mad Poet and this location in a bit. But for now, let's move on to Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC, where the next piece of our puzzle lies. Released in 2010, the Point Lookout expansion was the game's 4th and final major add-on. It takes us to a swampy region of the Chesapeake Bay, roughly 100 miles downriver from the capital wasteland, and maybe a third as large. This new region is defined by its ominous, murky environment, not unlike Fallout 4's Far Harbor, and it all has a uniquely creepy undertone. On the southwestern side of the map, we can stumble upon Black Hall Manor. Here, we'll encounter a sickly, wheelchair-bound man named Obadiah Blackhall, who will offer the player an interesting, if not strange, side quest.
Civil discourse, the greatest of our lost arts. Wouldn't you agree? I'm glad you think so. Conversation is but one of the virtues that separate us from cretins like those swamp folk. Swamp folk who, I should mention, absconded with a book, a precious family heirloom. I wanted to ask you, friend, will you get it back? Cash, plain and simple. Return with the book, and I'll pay you 1,000 caps, no questions asked. Good. The fools who stole it believe it has powers, so the thing is probably well guarded. There's a ritual site east of the boardwalk, in the basement of a ruined house. I think you'll find it there. Bring it back to me, and be paid.
So, Obadiah is in search of an ancient family book that he apparently really wants back, given the astounding reward he's offering. 1,000 caps is insane for a fetch quest, so that right there should raise a few red flags. Evidently, the book has fallen into the hands of the swamp folk, the irradiated indigenous inhabitants of the region, who stand somewhere in between ghoul and man. The swamp folk are very hostile to all not of their kind, and seem to practice a bizarre, almost occult-like religion. What would they want with the Black Hall family text? Well, real quick, to get a sense of the answers to those questions, I'd like to pause the video right here and take a look at what the Fallout 3 official game guide has to say about Obadiah and his family, as it contains some interesting information essential to understanding what's really going on here. Published by Prima Games, but written by Bethesda, the official game guide is a separate companion book for Fallout 3 that contains walkthroughs for virtually every quest and profiles for every character. Here's what it says about Obadiah. Quote, "The last descendant of the Black Halls, a famous, some say infamous, family of wealth in the history of Point Lookout. Obadiah is stubborn and is still entranced by an old book his family once lost. The Black Hall family was deeply involved in the commercialization of Point Lookout in the early 21st century. Constance Blackhall, head of the estate after the New Plague made her an unexpected widow in 2058, cooperated with entrepreneurs from the Isla Realty Company, who had been trying to acquire the family estate unsuccessfully for years. Despite overwhelming local cultural resistance, Isla persistently attempted to bring tourism and modernization to Point Lookout and St. Mary's County. Constance Blackhall was obsessed with the occult. She turned her newfound wealth into a means of acquiring archaic texts and artifacts. The most notorious of these was the Krivbekne. Constance drew a small circle of devotees to herself, styling her as a priestess of an obscure sect based around the Krivbekne. Constance lived an unnaturally long life, even in the irradiated-soaked marshes of Point Lookout after the war. Local legend states that the Krivbekne was stolen from her, and without it, the woman succumbed to a death that she should have found generations ago. Her legacy, having permeated the provincial culture of Point Lookout, persisted. But what little structure existed within that group deteriorated with no form of leadership. Theirs is not so much a faith as a collection of incoherent chants and rituals, their meanings long forgotten. The Black Halls have stubbornly clung to existence, but Obadiah appears to be the last of their line. He knows that the Krivbekne has found its way back to Point Lookout and intends to reclaim it, with the hopes of restoring power over the swamp folk to his family." End quote. So there you have it. The Black Halls were a wealthy and powerful pre-war family who in the year 2058 were taken over by Constance Blackhall after the passing of her husband. She was a practitioner of the dark arts and apparently secured a cursed text that tremendously lengthened her life. Sound a little familiar? Eventually, the text was stolen and Constance passed. But almost 200 years later, after the apocalypse, the book is back in Point Lookout, and Obadiah, the last Blackhall, wants it again. We'll talk more about Constance and the family history in a bit, but for now, let's continue with the actual quest. As we make our way to the target location, the lone wanderer will suddenly be approached by a Christian missionary named Marcella, who will issue us the following warning.
Wait a moment. I need to know. Has Obadiah sent you in search of a book? I thought as much. Listen to me very carefully, child. You mustn't bring it to him. That book is known as the Krivbekne, and it's a thing of evil purpose. Yes, the Krivbekne. The Blackhall family has a long, evil history with the book. It was lost to them long ago, but it's found a way back to Point Lookout, and Obadiah seeks to reclaim it. Obadiah's no better than the heathens he's asked you to steal it from. He believes he can use it to control them, and God knows what else. There's a way to destroy that damned thing. I intend to do just that. I can't promise you money, but I have some medical supplies I can share. Please, it would be a good thing you do. I ask no more. You can find me at my tent on the beach, south of Blackhall. God bless your path, child.
So, indeed, Obadiah wasn't telling us everything. And evidently, the Krivbekne, as it's called, can be used to control the local swamp folk in some way, reinforcing what we heard in the game guide. Marcella begs us to consider delivering the text to her instead of Obadiah, so that she can destroy it. No matter what you're thinking right now, though, the quest marker will ultimately lead us to the cellar of a burned-out building, where we will discover a massive subterranean cave network, populated by an army of angry swamp folk, and a number of strange marble ruins, not unlike those we found at the bottom of Dunwich. Though these are significantly more numerous and expansive. It seems like we've stumbled upon a full-fledged ancient city, or at least a grander temple complex. Lorenzo Cabot would be very jealous right now. At the back of the cavern, the player will be able to secure the Krivbekne, and after that, all that's left to do is to decide whether to deliver it to Obadiah or Marcella. Let's do the former first. Should the lone wanderer return the family heirloom to Obadiah, he will thank us for our efforts and give us our promised 1,000 caps, before suggesting that we leave his house and never speak about this ever again. Notably, we will lose karma for this action, giving us an idea of what the writers think about our choice. Now, interestingly, if we decide to hang around the Blackhall Manor for a few minutes after completing the quest, Obadiah will miraculously stand up from his wheelchair and start walking around, implying that his sickliness has just been an act this whole time. Or perhaps that the Krivbekne really does have some healing properties. He'll head downstairs to the manor's basement, unlocking a normally inaccessible door, and will approach a shrine where he'll begin praying, occasionally chanting the following line of dialogue.
Quototh is returned. Be afraid, worms.
Ugh, Qualtoth has returned? Be afraid, worms? What have we done here? Clearly, Marcella was right. Obadiah Blackhall is a twisted man, dabbling with dark forces, planning who knows what. So, what happens if we reload our last save and decide to take the Krivbekna to her instead? Well, we'll be in for a bit of a plot twist, as upon our arrival to the medical camp where the missionary told us to meet her, we'll instead find a small gang of very hostile mercenaries, whom we'll have to defeat. And in one tent, will lie Marcella's body. In her inventory is a holotape, titled Marcella's Last Words. Take a listen.
They attacked while I slept. I don't expect to survive. I only pray that that you haven't taken that book to Obadiah. You must take up my mission. There is one way to utterly destroy the Krivbekna, but you must take a pilgrimage far north of Point Lookout in the capital wasteland. Seek a place called Dunwich. Within is an obelisk, itself a wicked thing. It'll consume the book. You need only press the book to its surface. May God shed his blessings upon you, child. Make haste for Dunwich. My God, I am sorry for all my sins with all my heart. In choosing to do wrong and failing to do good, I have sinned against you, whom I should.
Indeed, it would seem someone, presumably Obadiah, sent this gang to eliminate Marcella, and now we're left to follow her posthumous instructions. Sure enough, if from here we take the book back to that spooky statue underneath the Dunwich building and press the interact button, it will be destroyed in a hailstorm of fire, and the quest will be completed. With a major positive karma boost. So, there you have it. The Dark Heart of Blackhall questline sends us to recover an ancient, cursed text, and then allows us to choose between surrendering it to an elderly evildoer for a generous reward, or following a missionary's instructions and destroying the thing once and for all. So, we're all done with the Black Halls and Point Lookout, right? Well, not quite. You see, a look in Fallout 3's creation kit reveals several unused audio and quest marker files related to this mission that were, for whatever reason, cut from the game. Evidently, Bethesda had originally planned for the Dark Heart of Blackhall story to go in a very different direction. In the ultimately unused version of this quest, Obadiah Blackhall would have actually played the role of a good guy who resented his evil family history and would team up with the player and Marcella to destroy the Krivbekna once and for all.
So
take a listen to some of Marcella's unused lines of dialogue.
Obadiah sent you?
To progress
well then, let's see what he has to say. Oh dear. No. No. This can mean only one thing. I fear Obadiah is in dire straits. Long ago, the Blackhall family possessed a terrible heirloom, a book of evil rituals best forgotten. The Kervibi have their origins in it. The book was stolen years ago, though the Kervibi have never known of the theft. Their fear has kept the Blackhall family safe these long years. Obadiah's a good man, but his family has an evil past. This book is an unwanted heirloom and the foundation of the heathen Kervibi ritualists.
Now, here's the interesting thing. While we have the actual audio files that Marcella would have used during this cut version of the quest, we don't have Obadiah's audio files. Either they were never recorded, or Bethesda deliberately went out of their way to scrub them from the archives. However, what we do have are textual versions of the lines he was meant to say. So basically, we have his script, just not the actual actor voicing it over. And this script reveals some pretty fascinating stuff. Apparently, there would have been two possible endings to the quest. In one, Obadiah would have heroically sacrificed his own life to destroy the Krivbekna in some sort of ritual and spare the world of its horrors. In the other ending, which could be realized by passing a speech check, we could convince Obadiah to let us take the book to the Dunwich obelisk and destroy it there instead, sparing his life. But more fascinating than the multiple endings, the real reason I bring all of this cut stuff up is one of the revelations Obadiah was supposed to make about his family history. In one of the now cut lines of dialogue, after being convinced by the player not to sacrifice himself, Obadiah would say the following, quote, "There is another option. I could never make the journey myself, though. North, far to the north. Constance had a brother, Richard Dunwich. He was a wealthy businessman outside of the city to the north, had a company building there. His obsession with the occult was as great as her own, and there's an object of great evil in that building. The book has been drawn to it before." End quote. So, Constance Blackhall was the sister of Richard Dunwich, owner of the Dunwich Company, and the two siblings shared an obsession with the strange eldritch forces plaguing the world. While Richard would use his company to finance and cover his excavations of ancient artifacts, Constance, as according to the official game guide, married into the Blackhall family and inherited the estate after her husband passed, and, like her brother, used her newfound wealth to satisfy her strange beliefs. Now, this relationship between Constance and Richard would also make Obadiah Blackhall technically a descendant of the Dunwich family by blood. Of course, though, the only mention we have to this Richard Dunwich character comes from dialogue that was removed from the game and isn't actually there. So we can't definitively declare this as all canon, but it at least gives us a very good thumbnail sketch of what Bethesda originally envisioned this whole story to look like. Or maybe it is canon after all. You see, rather late into my investigation, well after I thought I was done building my outline and doing most of my research, I stumbled upon an interesting bit of information. Evidently, in 2021, Bethesda Softworks, in collaboration with Modifice, I think I said that appropriately, Entertainment, released a tabletop strategy game in the mold of Dungeons & Dragons. This tabletop game came with a massive 400-page rulebook that, of course, not only laid out instructions for playing the game, but also provided tons of background lore about the Fallout universe. You may be able to see where I'm going with this. And indeed, there are a couple of pages dedicated to the history of the Dunwich Company, which confirm the existence of Richard Dunwich and his relationship to Constance Blackhall, as well as a whole lot more. Let's take a look at what Fallout's tabletop RPG has to say about our favorite pre-war company. It's a mouthful, but it's worth it. Richard Dunwich's Washington, D.C. based company made rock tunneling drills. These mammoth engines of industry made possible the mining and resource extraction necessary for companies like Poseidon to thrive, for societies like pre-war America to be built, and for weapons like those used in the Great War to be produced. Although a favorite of its industrial clients, Dunwich had a more sinister reputation among its workforce. They had an abysmal record of safety, keeping employees on through a combination of high paychecks and morale-building events that sought to sweep their accident rate out of the public spotlight. This neglect frequently claimed lives of employees and family members. A persistent but likely ridiculous rumor holds that these deaths were not as accidental as Dunwich claimed. Richard Dunwich and his sister, Constance Blackhall, were known for an obsession with the occult. A marble quarry where they tested their drills was known to cover the site of an ancient temple to dark gods, whose adherents routinely practiced human sacrifice. Some say the poor safety protocols at Dunwich facilities, and especially at the quarry, were a modern form of sacrifice, intended to bring eldritch attention and supernatural powers to corporate leadership. None can say for certain, as Dunwich Horrors LLC and nearly all of their records were destroyed in the Great War. So not only does this rulebook essentially canonize Richard Dunwich and his relationship to Constance Blackhall, which also would make Obadiah a member of the Dunwich family by blood, but it also revealed that the poor safety standards at the Commonwealth Quarry, which so confused us, may have been intentional acts of human sacrifice. Previously, I think you could be forgiven for assuming that maybe the Dunwich Company didn't quite know what they were doing. Like, yeah, sure, they were clearly trying to excavate an ancient city, but maybe they just didn't understand the true scale of the forces they were dealing with. This paragraph, however, proves that the Dunwich Company was deliberately trying to awaken whatever sinister entities were beneath them, with the lives of their employees, no less. Now, believe it or not, the rulebook actually has a little bit more to say about our Lovecraftian mystery, as in a section about the characters of the Fallout franchise, Ugg Qualtoth, the name we read back at the Dunwich terminals and heard Obadiah call out to, has its own paragraph. It reads, quote, Ugg Qualtoth. Much of what is known about this entity comes from the mad ravings of captured swamp folk. Many say it's a forgotten god, while those who worship it suggest it may not be so forgotten after all. It is known that the Dunwich siblings believed in it enough to purchase and excavate land to unearth a great monolith supposedly dedicated to the alien entity. Of course, most knowledgeable and civilized people dismiss the rumors as a product of fevered imaginations. Signs of deities of any kind are few and far between in the wasteland. Why spend time and resources on this one? On the other hand, if there is a god of the post-war era, it would almost certainly have to be an eldritch horror from beyond human imagining. End quote. Furthermore, just underneath the Ugg Qualtoth section, the rulebook contains a quest seed. In tabletop games, quest seeds are basically just suggested ideas or prompts that hypothetical game masters could use to build a mission or quest. This quest seed is called The Trail of Tekeli Lee, and it reads, The Trail of Tekeli Lee. Starting in an Appalachian hollow, an exodus of several dozen worshippers of Ugg Qualtoth begin a pilgrimage to the Dunwich Borer's Quarry, with the intent of waking their sleeping god. As they walk, the train picks up more and more followers. End quote. Worshippers from Appalachia going on a pilgrimage to the Dunwich Quarry. Are there really Ugg Qualtoth worshippers in the Appalachian Mountains? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to open our wallets, stock up on Atom Points, and hope there's no server maintenance going on today, because we're heading to Fallout 76. I think that the best place for us to begin our Appalachian excursion is at a location known as Tanagra Town on the far eastern side of the map in the Mire. As is immediately obvious, Tanagra Town is a very unique place, even by Fallout standards. The entire town, and seemingly the soil beneath it, has been lifted several hundred feet in the air by a uniquely aggressive family of strangler vines, creating a sort of island. Strangler vines are in and of themselves not a particularly big mystery. Evidently, the destruction of a Gek at a nearby vault shortly after the bombs fell gave rise to this peculiar floral phenomenon, and the entire Mire region is full of structures and roads that have been consumed by these vines, but nowhere is their impact greater or more majestic than at Tanagra Town. The vines were evidently thoughtful enough to create a neat little path for us to climb and scale the mound. As we work our way up, the player will find the entrance to a small cavern hidden away in the soil beneath the city. Inside, we'll find a small cave cricket's nest, and whoa, hold on, what in Adam's glory is this? Indeed, at the bottom of the cave lies yet another metallic head, ominously poking out of the ground. This bronze monolith has been lurking beneath Tanagra Town for who knows how long, until the Strangler Vines revealed it. Heck, maybe it has something to do with why the vines are so present at Tanagra in particular. Interestingly, while it's not obvious whether or not they were aware of the bronze statue, the Enclave evidently took an interest in this floating island, as nearby, literally just a few yards south, the player can stumble upon a small, very abandoned Enclave research outpost in the husk of a barn. Several destroyed terminals and workbenches lie dormant in the structure. As we investigate, it becomes increasingly clear that this base wasn't abandoned in an orderly fashion. Blood stains dirty the floors, and the bunk beds are filled with human skeletons. While it's easy to miss, on one of the cluttered desks lies a note, which offers clues regarding the fate of this outpost. It's titled, "Didn't Want to Hurt Them," and it reads, quote, "Didn't want to hurt them. They gave me no choice. Destroy the research. Only way." It's unclear what would have incited this lad's madness, but given what we know about the Lovecraftian force that appears to be associated with this era, it's more than possible that the supernatural had a hand in invoking this person's episode. Perhaps whatever else is buried beneath the statue doesn't want to be studied. Moving on, our next stop in Appalachia is Point Pleasant, a small city on the far northwestern edges of the map. Point Pleasant serves as the de facto capital of the Cult of the Mothman. The Cult of the Mothman is a hostile minor faction in the game dedicated to the worship of, well, the Mothman, and, unfortunately for us, the extermination of all non-believers. They seem to practice human and animal sacrifice as well, and their members erect these unseemly totems made out of human remains wherever they go. We can find cultist camps and totems all over Appalachia, but the nucleus of their operation is really here, Point Pleasant, a town that in the real world is famous for being the hub of the Mothman urban legend. Anyway, while the base game doesn't include too many quests involving these people, here in one of the abandoned apartments, we can find a holotape left behind by a Mothman cultist named Jeff Lane. It's titled Interloper. Take a listen.
There are other things in this world now that cannot be explained. The end of the world has awoken. Something. We all know the Mothman is out there, stalking and watching us, but what of the unseen? There are things we can only glimpse in our minds. Great entities beyond our comprehension. The Mothman is a creature more like us than the unknowable horrors in the peripheral vision of our subconscious minds. No longer just a false memory now. I have heard a tale of this entity made real, deep in the earth. And the storyteller was mad by any reckoning, but his story, no less true. My name is Jeff Lane, and I will lay bare this Watcher. No matter how deep I must go, I will come to know the true nature of the interloper.
So, in this tape, Jeff seems to be arguing that there are other beings, additional ones, greater than the Mothman. Quote, great entities beyond our comprehension, as he calls them. And he specifically singles out one such figure called the Interloper, that he heard about from a mad storyteller, and promises to reveal the truth himself. While in a vacuum, it's easy to write this holotape off as just some deranged rabblings by a wastelander, there's actually much more to this tale. Quite a ways away from Point Pleasant, on the other side of the map, lies Lucky Hole Mine, an old silver and copper mine currently inhabited by a legion of Mothman cultists, and decorated with an abundance of their trademark, ominous artwork. Inside the cavern, just next to the main entrance, lies a small campsite, and within said campsite, yet another holotape from Jeff Lane. This one continues his story, and is titled The Chosen.
The interloper is here. I can feel it clearly. Last night, in visions more real than the senses, it called to me, and I go to it now. Signs are all around that I am not the only one to hear the call, though where they have failed, I will not, for it summons me alone in the end. Before I go deeper, for the truth revealed changes all. By its very nature, let it be known, in this world, the interloper has chosen Jeff Lane as the conduit of the unknowable. Together, the hidden reality becomes manifest at long last.
Evidently, Jeff Lane has gone from merely being fascinated with this interloper figure to becoming convinced that he's somehow here, in Lucky Hole Mine, and that he's its chosen one. Let's see if that theory holds any weight. Now, this mine is huge, significantly bigger than Dunwich Borers, and its chambers act like a maze, which can get very confusing at times. But even then, at face value, the whole place doesn't seem like it holds much significance. Sure, there's a large, very upset presence of Mothman cultists, and they even have a really neat chapel set up towards the bottom of the complex where they seem to have been making sacrifices, and not the animal kind, but overall, not much of a surprise down here. That is, until we notice a secret, hidden passageway behind some brush that blends in with one of the walls. This little spot is seriously easy to miss, and the best way to find it is by just hugging the walls until you sort of let yourself fall in. Anyway, once inside, it becomes obvious that Jeff Lane was onto something. Still a bit wacky, but onto something. As down the passage, we'll find this bizarre sight, where a handful of Mothman acolytes are worshipping this weird creature thing. Aside from the alien organism that's just sort of lying here on the floor, there are several more of those same bronze heads we've been seeing all throughout our investigation, ominously just staring back at us on the walls. Ladies and gentlemen, we've found our interloper. Now, this creature doesn't actually do much of anything, really, nor is it connected at all to any in-game quests. And there's no reward for finding it, beyond the cursed knowledge of its existence that we gain. Notably, the being appears to be alive, though, as every few seconds it'll wiggle around a bit, almost like it's breathing, and it seems to bleed when taking damage, though has no health bar. Furthermore, around the interloper are several human skeletons and glass jars. Jars which the Mothman acolytes were likely using to collect something, I don't know, interloper milk? It's unclear how the interloper got here or how long he's been underground, but the bronze sculptures hint at a very ancient origin, perhaps as ancient as Lorenzo Cabot's stuff. Additionally, its name may provide a bit of a clue, as the word interloper is basically a synonym for intruder or trespasser. Its official Oxford definition is, quote, a person who becomes involved in a place or situation where they are not wanted or are considered not to belong, end quote. This highly implies that the interloper came from away. Perhaps an extraterrestrial origin is even in the cards. Now, finally, I think it's also worth asking, what exactly is the interloper doing down here? Like, if it's alive, why isn't it moving, and how is it sustaining itself? Jeff Lane claimed the creature was communicating with him, calling him to it, though it's unclear why. Given the fact that we can't find Mr. Lane at the mine at all, and that there's a giant pile of skeletons right next to the interloper, it seems as though the creature has been luring people down here for consumption, either of their flesh or their souls. Jeff Lane wasn't actually its chosen one or whatever. The thing was just hungies and telling him whatever would lure him down. I also suspect, though I have no evidence to support this, that the reason why the beast doesn't move could be because it's still growing and hasn't matured yet. What we're seeing now may not even be its final form. It could have a growth cycle of thousands of years for all we know, and maybe the thing gets a whole lot bigger. Or perhaps the developers just didn't feel like creating movement animations and mechanics for it. It's anyone's guess. No matter whether it's a baby Ugg Qualtoth or an extraterrestrial from another galaxy, or both, the interloper remains connected to our Lovecraftian search by the presence of the bronze sculptures which overlook it. Though, what I struggle to understand is why the cult of the Mothman has attached so much significance to this thing. They obviously consider Lucky Hole Mine to be a holy site of some kind and are literally praying to the interloper when we find him, but why? Well, we actually have something resembling an answer, and honestly I think it's really good storytelling. You see, back in December of 2021, Bethesda released the Mothman Equinox seasonal update for Fallout 76. This was a seasonal update, so it only lasted a couple of weeks, but essentially introduced a whole bunch of new short quests, holotapes, books, and notes that expanded upon the history of the Mothman cult much further than they had gone before. Perhaps the biggest thing of consequence that it revealed, though, is that the Mothman who we've been dealing with all throughout this video, the crazy deranged cultists with the totems and the sacrifices and stuff, yeah, well, they don't know it, but they're actually worshipping the interloper instead. Evidently, the interloper has recognized that by pretending to be this divine being and whispering in people's ear, he can convince them to do whatever bidding he pleased. During this event, we meet a group calling themselves the Enlightened Ones. The Enlightened Ones are evidently former members of the Mothman cult, who realized that they were actually following the directions of a crazy Lovecraftian monster and didn't let the door hit them on the way out. Now, the Enlightened Ones haven't entirely abandoned the whole idea of the Mothman just yet. They don't recognize it as a god, and they don't sacrifice people to it, but they do think that the purple-eyed Mothman, which is a specific type, is benevolent and kind to humans, and sometimes shares a little bit of wisdom. Again, not a god, but a higher being worthy of respect in their eyes. They call it the Wise Mothman. During the now very inactive for over a year Mothman seasonal event, the Enlightened would have the player help them complete a short ritual that would summon the purple-eyed Mothman for their observation for a brief moment in time. And indeed, this mission went exactly as it sounded like. The player could do a few tasks, and then we could spawn in a purple-eyed Mothman, who would be friendly with the player, but not really do much other than give us XP and look at us. As a reward for completing this quest, we would gain access to the 6 sacred tomes of the Enlightened, a series of short books which offered some additional insight on the Enlightened One's religion and their perspective of the Mothman and the Interloper. Take a listen to this passage from the tome titled The Catechism of Hilary. Quote, "Time and time again has the wise Mothman come, and time again the mad and twisted have rejected his message. They were attuned to other whispers, hearing the call of a thing beyond, drawn to the deep places of the earth for inhuman purpose. The broken heard the song of the interloper and turned from the truth, scorning wisdom as the product of mere mortals in favor of the unknowable. Yet the wise Mothman remains with us, and his truth shields us from the call. Time and time again has the wise Mothman come, and time again fools and dullards heard his whisper yet understood it not, hearing only the echo of their own small minds bouncing within their skulls. The dim ones named him God and fell to their knees, calling themselves chosen. Yet the wise Mothman was no skyborn deity, nor had he come to anoint them elect. You can really see how the Enlightened Ones are exposing their cultish and hostile brethren as following the ramblings of a false god. They don't have their story straight. And it specifically calls out Jeff Lane's language, who, if you'll remember, declared himself to be the interloper's chosen. Apparently, falsely. Now, unfortunately, the Mothman seasonal equinox event is over, and its quests can't be replayed at the moment. However, thankfully, the clues behind this occult mystery go beyond the reaches of the Mothman cult. As, in 2020, specifically in April, Fallout 76 received a major new story-driven expansion, called Wastelanders. Free for all players, as Bethesda's apparently making enough money in the Atom Shop. Wastelanders added several new locations to the map, including a very peculiar cave system in the Savage Divide called the Deep. Upon entering this cavern, we'll immediately be greeted by a large body of water and the remains of an unfortunate diver, with the following holotape titled President's Eyes Only in his inventory.
This here is James Addison of the White Spring Resort staff. I tell you, they never thought I was telling the truth, but I found it. I swear by all that is holy, I found it. I knew it was there all along. Okay, you see, it started with the rumbling. We had some minor earthquakes. You heard me right. Earthquakes of all things in this neck of the woods. I knew something wasn't right. I was gonna prove them all wrong. all the other people at the resort just laughing at me. Well, who's laughing now? I just discovered a underground spaceship and the rocket fuel leaking off of that thing. Hell, it's making even the rocks glow. I gotta tell the president. If it's the last thing I do, I'll be an American hero. Get the Medal of Honor, I bet. All right, enough talking. Time to swim back home to glory and to wiping that damn smirk off Robbie's face. James out.
A spaceship, soon to be national hero? This man must have found something very important. Should the player hop in the water, which, by the way, is heavily irradiated, so bring some rat away, and begin navigating the labyrinth of submerged tunnels, we'll eventually emerge on the other side, in a very alien world. A mosaic of bioluminescent flora greets us at the surface, with one of the more beautiful views in the Fallout franchise. However, it's not just the plant life that's alien here. Indeed, in one of the tunnels, we'll find this strange sight. A four-legged thing lies motionless on the floor. Much like the interloper we just witnessed, it has an octopus-like mouth, but is considerably smaller, and doesn't wiggle around at all. It appears to be lifeless. Now, hilariously, there's no real story that Bethesda gives us here. This site isn't expanded upon in any of the Wastelanders' quests, and unlike the Interloper, there aren't even any holotapes or books that give us more insight. Now, notably, in the game files, this creature's object ID is named Visitor Corpse 01, which confirms that it is indeed not alive, but also invokes our previous definition of interloper, right? Remember, that word means trespass, come where one is not welcome. Now, interestingly, as we descend deeper and deeper into the mine, we don't learn anything more about the creature we just saw, but we do find a hidden, secret Chinese spy facility where they are still conducting operations nearly a century after their job became meaningless. As we learn from some of the terminals down here, which are helpfully written in English, the Chinese have requisitioned old mining equipment and are digging a series of tunnels around the area. It's unclear why they're digging them out. There seems to be some strategic purpose behind it, like they're trying to develop some transportation mechanisms, but yeah, that's what they're up to. There are two theories behind what's really going on. One theory is that the reason the Chinese are doing all of this down here is because that they have been under the influence of that weird creature we saw earlier, right? Much like the interloper with the Mothman cult, it is commanding them to dig these tunnels and excavations for some unknown reason. However, theory 2, and I think I agree with this one more, is that the being might have accidentally killed by the excavations that the Chinese were doing anyway. They had no connection with the being, didn't know it was there, just all of their machinery somehow put so much stress on the little guy that he passed away. And that would explain why what we see is a corpse rather than a living, breathing one like back at Lucky Hole Mine. So, not quite as satisfying of a story as the one the Interloper gave us, but still, I think Fallout 76 has done an excellent job at expanding this mystery already with what we've seen. I think there's a lot of parallels between this Mothman organization and Dunwich Borers LLC. Both are making sacrifices on behalf of a being that they think is on their side, but really isn't. And both ultimately dig down to unveil these giant bronze statues. Heck, going even further, strangler vines are technically living beings, and we find one of the bronze heads at Tanagra Town, which has been lifted up by the strangler vines. You know, maybe these creatures' powers can infiltrate not only human minds, but non-humans as well. Speaking of the bronze heads, we see more on architecture throughout Fallout 76, which only further suggests that members of the pre-war elite, some of the world's old, rich, and powerful, must have also been working under similar influences. They must have had some sort of knowledge about this ancient culture. Given the fact that Fallout 5 is more than likely at least 10 years away, my gosh, I guess we're just going to have to wait for more Fallout 76 content to elaborate upon this mystery further. Clearly, Bethesda is going to continue playing with these ideas. In every game since Fallout 3, this has been a very big subject, so I don't expect that to stop. But until we get said updates, I'm all out of words. Which is how this video was originally meant to end from the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, we have said all there is to say. We have explored a mysterious quarry in the Commonwealth inhabited by dark forces. We have met a blood descendant of Richard Dunwich in Obadiah Blackhall and pacified his evil book. And now we have explored the Appalachian wonders of Ugg Qualtoth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for stopping by. Sorry this video took so long. It was expected to only take like maybe 3 or 4 weeks, but as I got towards the end several times in a row, I made really big like discoveries or new information cross my eye that forced me to rewrite and redo basically the entire video. But anyway guys, I hope you all enjoyed, and I hope to catch you all in my next video. Peace out everyone. For the contract. Failure is not an option. Signed, Astrid. So, the obvious question this letter beckons is, who is that somebody? Who placed this hit on our character? It's possible to receive this random encounter at literally, again, any point in the game prior to the player's joining of the Dark Brotherhood. So, theoretically, whoever this person was could have put the hit on you just after you left Helgen, or even before. Of course, being the Dragonborn makes you a person of interest, but literally no one, not even yourself, realizes this fact until the quest Dragon Rising. And again, you can get this note long before then. So, how could we have made such an enemy so early? Furthermore, I might add, it's really funny that despite authorizing a hit on you early in the game, Astrid herself will never make any mention of this during the Dark Brotherhood questline. She kinda just brushes that off aside and pretends it didn't happen. Oh, Astrid, how typical of you. During the Dawnguard DLC storyline, no matter which faction you side with, you'll eventually be sent to a mysterious plane of oblivion known as the Soul Cairn, in order to rescue a woman by the name of Valerica. The Soul Cairn itself is a depressing realm of existence where the souls of all people who have been soul-trapped are doomed to spend all of eternity. While in this depressing location, we'll have the opportunity to interact with countless spirits who are regretful of their fate and beg us for help, which we unfortunately can't provide. However, the real mystery here revolves around the rulers of this realm. You see, while most planes of Oblivion are overseen by a Daedric god of some kind, Maroon's Dagon rules over the Deadlands, Sheogorath reigns over the Shivering Isles, but there's not really a single Daedric god that watches over this place. Instead, dialogue with many individuals here suggests that the rulers of the Soul Cairn are a bizarre coalition of entities referred to as the Ideal Masters. According to one resident of the Cairn, a dragon by the name of Durnevir, the Ideal Masters were once a group of human necromancers who somehow became so powerful that they were able to forge this new realm by themselves, and afterwards ascended beyond their mortal bodies to become the sort of gods of this place. The game presents us no opportunity to interact or communicate with any of the Masters, though Durnevir suggests that the closest thing to a physical form they do have are these bizarre purple crystals we can see at the top of pillars across the realm. So the question remains of who exactly were these once powerful necromancers? Will we ever get a glimpse in future Elder Scrolls games? And what exactly are their own motivations and ambitions? Do they have relations with other Daedric gods or other entities? For now, all we can do is speculate. At number 10 on Tier 1, we have the question of what exactly happened to the Falmer. So, as you're probably already aware, the Falmer are pale, goblin-like creatures that inhabit many Dwemer ruins and subterranean caves. They are extremely hostile and even blind, depending on their ears to handle their own navigation. However, they weren't always this way. The word Falmer actually translates to Snow Elf, and the Snow Elves were once a majestic and even seemingly quite beautiful race of, well, elves that inhabited northern Tamriel back before the humans arrived sometime in the Merethic era. Snow Elven civilization was said to be advanced, scientific, and arguably even more polite than modern human civilization. The change occurred in the beginning of the First Era, when tens of thousands of humans invaded Skyrim from the north, coming from a now lost continent known as Admora. Long story short, the Snow Elves were totally unable to deal with this new threat, and they were forced to make a deal with the Dwemer, who had their massive subterranean fortresses capable of protecting them. Apparently something was negotiated, and the dwarves agreed to house large populations of these elves so that they might seek protection. It was after seeking this asylum with their cousins that something fundamentally changed about the Falmer character. Some sources argue that the dwarves tricked the elves, and actually had been planning to enslave them all along, and force-fed them a variety of funguses and mushrooms that fundamentally altered their character as a species, and turned them into these slave-like creatures that we see today. However, other authors and characters rebuke this accusation, and say that the dwarves were genuinely acting in good faith and had nothing to do with this transition. Nonetheless, the Deep Folk would eventually disappear in 700 of the First Era, leaving the Falmer alone to their own devices. Next on Tier 1, we have the curious case of Sadia's identity. So, upon entering the city of Whiterun at any given time, it's possible to find a small band of Redguard warriors arguing with one of Whiterun's guards, who refuses to let them any further into the city. Evidently, these men are searching for a certain fugitive woman they believe to be in the area. This woman supposedly betrayed a great city in Hammerfell to the Thalmor, and caused unprecedented atrocities to befall its people. It's up to them to bring her to justice, and they need our help. This will begin the quest in my time of need. And long story short, we'll find out that this fugitive woman is a Redguard character by the name of Sadia, who lives and works at the Bannered Mare Tavern in Whiterun. However, according to Sadia, these accusations are completely unfounded, and she's actually a victim of unjust persecution. She argues that she's actually an enemy of the Thalmor, and the men who are trying to locate her are actually working with them and just lying about their story for sympathy. She claims to have done some spy work or something that ticked off the elves, but it's not exactly clear what she was doing against them. No matter, this leaves us with a pretty big predicament, as it's not clear who we should believe. If you side with the original warriors, they'll have you trick Sadia into leaving the city with you, and capture her with a paralysis spell so that they can supposedly bring her back to Hammerfell for a free and fair trial. If you side with Sadia, she'll simply have you defeat the captors in battle and make her life a lot easier. Ultimately, though, the choice is ours, and the answer is never really clear. Maik the Liar is a robed Khajiit NPC who very rarely may appear as a random encounter. When interacted with, Maik will say several bizarre quotes to the player, before refusing to communicate any further. Take a listen.
Maik wishes you well. Much snow in Skyrim. Enough snow. Lake does not want any more. Snow falls. Why worry where it goes? Mai thinks the snowflakes are pretty. Skyrim was once the land of many butterflies. Now, not so much. Mike is tired now. Go bother somebody else.
Now, if none of that made any sense to you, well, that's the whole point. Mike just kinda spews off nonsense about whatever random stuff whenever you see him. Normally, we could assume a character like this is just weird. You know, maybe the kitty took a bit too much skooma. But Mike has actually appeared in every single Elder Scrolls game since Morrowind, and he always fulfills the same role. A rare random encounter who just spouts off hilarious and completely untrue stuff. One of the most emblematic Mike quotes, I think, comes from Morrowind, where, when asked about the dwarves, he'll say, quote, "There is no mystery. Mike knows all. The dwarves were here, and now they are not. They were very short folks, or perhaps they were not. It all depends on your perspective. I'm sure they thought they were about the right height." In the Elder Scrolls Online, one of my favorite quotes from his is this: "Mike always travels forward. This way, he is certain of his direction." So, you get the idea, he's a meta character. But for over 20 years now, players have wondered if perhaps Mike could be something more. Given his presence across over 1,000 years of Elder Scrolls events, he'd almost have to be a divine entity of sorts by now. Could Mike be a god? Perhaps not. While Mike has become a sort of franchise staple, it's worth noting that his appearance has changed between the games. Sure, he's always a Khajiit, but his fur and even eye color vary depending on when we see him. In Skyrim, his coat is a sort of lion gold, whereas in ESO, he's a gray kitty cat. This has led some to wonder if maybe there have been several Maiks across history who have served in this purpose. In much of his dialogue across the games, Maik has claimed to have a father of some kind. But due to the nature of how he talks, it's hard to know if what he's saying is accurate. I suppose only Maik knows who he really is. And Maik is a liar! And finally, our last Tier 1 mystery in this list concerns the Blackreach Dragon. So, Blackreach is, of course, a massive underground dwarven ruin located just beneath the Palehold. The location seems to be the largest Dwemer structure of them all, and it's home to massive cities, villages, scientific research labs, military sites, the whole shebang. It really is ginormous. Well, in the central city of Blackreach, you can find an artificial sun hanging over it. And if, for whatever reason, the Dovahkiin chooses to just dragon shout in the direction of this sun, the following event will play out. Indeed, shouting at the sun causes a chime to go off and a dragon to spawn in and attack the player. This beast is a fire dragon by the name of Volthiriol, or Dark Overlord Fire, as his name translates to in the dragon tongue. And he's not attached to any quests or dialogue within the game. He's simply a sort of Easter egg you can trigger by shouting at that sun. But the question is, how the heck did a Dova like this find his way into a ruin like Blackreach, which is underground? The only way to enter Blackreach that we know of is by using an elevator at Mizolft. which, you know, I guess a dragon could theoretically squeeze himself into there, but it's not clear. Dovas do have a tendency to be immortal, so it's very possible that Voltherial could have made his way into Blackreach with the help of the Dwemer when they were still alive. Maybe there was an agreement or something. But until we get any further information, that's just a theory. A game that's copyrighted. Alrighty, so that about does it for Tier 1. Those mysteries that we've just explored represent what I'd consider to be some of the most familiar and well discussed in the community. Now that we're transitioning into Tier 2, we're gonna get into more intimate territory. You know, I think everyone's heard of the Dwemer and Maik, but Tier 2 content is less well documented. Stuff that's only known to those of us who spend our time researching Skyrim lore on the internet. So, here we go. Starting off Tier 2, we have the bizarre, curious case of Sebille Stentor. So, Sebille Stentor is the court wizard of Solitude, Skyrim's capital. Apparently, she's had this job for a very, very long time. Dialogue with her and other characters around the palace reveals that she's been the court wizard for about 100 years, which, you know, you'd think is a little suspicious, but I guess nobody's come to that conclusion yet. Also, her eyes are bright orange, which isn't particularly normal. Oh, and she tends to sleep most of the day and is most active at nights. You get the idea, she's a vampire. Now, the mystery itself isn't necessarily that fact. I mean, there's nothing to debate. She's definitely a vampire, it says so in the game files. But rather, what the heck is she doing and why? You know, is she, genuinely just a vampire that really, really cares about the fate of Solitude's Imperial Court and is, doing this job in good faith? Or is there something a little bit more nefarious at play? And I'll be honest, the answer's rather inconclusive. On one hand, she seems to definitely be keeping some secrets. During the quest, The Wolf Queen Awakened, the player will be sent by Jarl Elisif of Solitude to investigate reports of necromancy at a cave near the city. When we arrive, long story short, we confirm those reports of necromancy, and discover that there's a particularly strong and powerful undead entity known as the Wolf Queen who's been behind it all, and whom we have to subsequently defeat. Well, while Sebille Stentor doesn't really have a major role at all in this questline, at the beginning of it, she can be heard telling the Jarl not to investigate that cave, and insisting that everything's fine and there's no reason at all to send the Dragonborn to check it out. Take a listen.
Then we will immediately send out a legion to scour the cave and secure the town. Hafingar's people will always be safe under my rule.
Your Eminence, my scrying has suggested nothing in the area. Dragonbridge is under Imperial control. This is likely superstitious nonsense.
Perhaps a more tempered reaction might be called for?
Oh, yes, of course, you were right. Falk, tell Captain Aldous I said to assign a few extra soldiers to Dragonbridge.
But beyond this very swift single line of dialogue, Sebille Stentor doesn't participate in this quest any further. She doesn't go on to hinder our investigation or anything, and after we've defeated the villain, there's nothing at all we find that connects them to Sebille. So it's hard to implicate her in any of this, and her opposition may have just been genuinely in good faith. Maybe she really didn't believe there were undead things going on nearby Solitude. Who knows? Well, definitely not me, hence the reason we are including this mystery on today's list. Next we have the Sky Forge. So, the Sky Forge is this ancient bird-shaped stone structure that has allegedly existed since well before the modern human settlement of Whiterun. Legend has it that when Ysgramor and his famous 500 companions came to conquer Skyrim from the Snow Elves, the Skyforge was already there, and they were just as confused about it as humans are today. But not only were they confused, they were also intrigued. As it turns out, this structure, as its name also suggests, is the most powerful forge in all of Skyrim. And Ysgramor and his buddies were so hyped to have this thing around that they built a new headquarters for the companions right next to it, which is now known as Yovaskar. And it's around this building that the whole settlement of Whiterun eventually emerged as we know it today. During the events of the Companions questline, we learn that there is actually a hidden chamber underneath the Skyforge that the guild uses for these Daedric ceremonies to Hircine, and we ourselves use for our first transformation into a werewolf. You have to wonder, did Ysgramor and his buddies see the same purpose out of this, right? You know, maybe it wasn't just the forge they were interested in, maybe there's some sort of dark mystical power within this underforge that we don't know a lot about. The book Songs of the Return, which documents the return of Ysgramor and his 500 companions to Skyrim, tells us that after Ysgramor arrived and took an interest in the Skyforge, he interviewed some captive snow elves about it. And those elves told him that they didn't know anything about it either. The Skyforge was a mystery to the Falmer as well. Not only that, but apparently the snow elves were afraid of it, as they believed it contained some sort of dark magical power. So, we don't know how old this forge is, we don't know who built this forge, we don't know why it works the way it does, and we don't know whether or not it has a dark secret. Sounds like it absolutely belongs in this video. At number 3, it's time that we talk about the Eye of Magnus. So, shortly after joining the College of Winterhold, the player will be invited to a field trip at the ancient Nord ruins of Sarthal. Sarthal, according to legend, is the oldest Nord settlement in all of Skyrim, and was even personally ruled by Ysgramor for a time, before it was attacked by snow elves for a mysterious reason, and the humans were forced to flee. It's argued by many Nord historians that the elven attack on Sarthal was really the spark that began Ysgramor's conquest of all of Skyrim in revenge, though that's up to interpretation. No matter, during our field trip, the Professor Arnie Olgain will ask us to go search for some certain enchanted artifacts that the guild's been looking for. During this search, we'll eventually be led to a hidden, never-before-discovered chamber of the tomb, where we can find a giant, blue glowing orb hovering in the air, protected by a small army of Draugr. What on Nirn is this? Well, our professors have the same question, and they decide to take the orb back to the college for further investigation. Spoiler alert, but nobody at the college is ever really able to grasp the true nature of this device. All they can really tell is that it's old and brimming with magical energy. Shortly after this discovery, the chief Thalmor ambassador to the College of Winterhold, a high elf by the name of Ancano, will go absolutely mad and barricade himself in the college's main plaza, attempting to harness the magical energy of the orb for himself. Though even this is kind of shady. Like, the game doesn't really elaborate on how the Eye of Magnus's magical energy is going to benefit Ancano, or even what his plan is if it's endorsed by the Thalmor. All of this is left gray. The player will be forced to put an end to Ancano's shenanigans in one final grand battle, which serves as the climax for the College of Winterhold's questline. After the elf has been defeated, members of a mysterious order calling themselves Sigics will appear before the Dovahkiin and explain how they're, like, time travelers or something and can't trust us with the Eye's power any longer. And they take it away for themselves.
The Eye has grown unstable. It cannot remain here, or else it may destroy your college and this world. It must be secured. Ancano's actions prove that the world is not ready for such a thing. We shall safeguard it, for now.
Thus is the fate of this sphere. It serves as the focal point for the entire college questline, yet there's so many questions about it that the game leaves unanswered. Like, for instance, what was it doing at Sarthal? Was it already there when the Nords decided to set up their city? Did they find it and bring it there? What were their plans with this device? Could it have had something to do with the reason why the elves attacked the settlement in the first place? These questions are left completely unaddressed. And again, not even the best and brightest academics in all of Tamriel are able to figure out how the orb's magical energy works. So, the Eye of Magnus really is Skyrim's quintessential geometric mystery. Next, during the Dragonborn DLC quest, Lost Legacy, we'll help some Skull Nords on the island of Solstheim explore the tomb of Wach the Jailer. Evidently, long ago, when dragons ruled over the realms of men, Wach the Jailer was the dragon priest in charge of ruling Solstheim. And so the legend goes, when Mirak attempted to overthrow the dragons and make himself king of the world, Wach the Jailer was the priest who stopped him in his tracks. So this guy actually occupies a pretty important spot in the game's lore. Nonetheless, when we finally clear the tomb and get to its final chamber, we'll face off against Wach in his dragon priest form, and have to defeat him in order to complete the quest. The bizarre thing is, though, that Wach doesn't wear a mask. As a matter of fact, he's the only named dragon priest in the game who doesn't have one. Why is that? According to the game's lore, every dragon priest was supposed to have been given a mask by the dragons back when Dovas ruled the world. The masks came imbued with magical enchantments that helped the dragon priests exercise their control over local populations. Yet Wach, who is clearly documented as being in control of Solstheim, doesn't wear one. I might also add, on a possibly related note, that not only is Wach the only priest without a mask, but he's also the only dragon priest in Elder Scrolls lore who seems to have been genuinely benevolent and a good faith ruler over his people. The book The Guardian and the Traitor, when describing Wach's rule, refers to it as, quote, "by all accounts a time of peace and prosperity for the people of the island, and he is remembered as a wise and just leader." Maybe the reason Wach doesn't have a mask is because he didn't need one to earn the respect of his people. He didn't need to use magical powers to scare and intimidate his subjects into following him. His own charisma and character did that on its own. No matter, we'll touch upon this mystery a little later on in the video, as we're not done with Wach just yet. But for now, let's move on. Night Mother. So, since the Dark Brothers' founding in the Third Era, the guild has been led by a mysterious entity known as the Night Mother. During the events of Skyrim, she's depicted as the decrepit remains of an anonymous woman, who occasionally communicates directions and warning to the player at important moments. However, who exactly she is, and how she came to occupy such a semi-divine role, is one of the biggest mysteries not only in Skyrim, but throughout the Elder Scrolls franchise. There's a prominent theory that's given a bit of credence in the Elder Scrolls Online, that the Night Mother was once a member of the Thieves Guild long ago. However, she differed from the other members of the Thieves Guild in a bit that she thought it was okay to physically harm and often eliminate people she was burglarizing. This led to her being kicked out and founding her own Assassin's Guild that would come to be known as the Dark Brotherhood. Another, arguably more substantiated theory that was heavily emphasized in Oblivion is that the Night Mother was once a Dunmer assassin from Morrowind, who was a member of a different guild known as the Morag Tong. At some point, the Night Mother decided to leave the guild and establish her own residency in Cyrodiil, where the god of the void and assassinations, Sithis, took a liking to her. The legend has it that Sithis married and fathered several children with her. However, when locals around the town she lived in found out about this unholy affair, they formed a mob and murdered the woman to death. Afterward, she was granted semi-divine status by the god, and the rest is kind of history. Finally, if you want to get really crazy, my personal favorite explanation comes from the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall. Now, it's important to understand that so much of the older, Daggerfall Arena Elder Scrolls games lore has since been retconned and changed fundamentally. But nonetheless, in Daggerfall, members of the Dark Brotherhood do not worship a deity called the Night Mother. Instead, they worship Mephala, Daedric goddess of secrets and plots. Some players have proposed that maybe the Night Mother who we encounter in Oblivion and Skyrim is just Mephala in disguise, or an aspect of her divinity. It certainly would fit her character. I mean, this is exactly what she likes to do, but the lore itself represented in both of those games seems to conflict that idea, so it's unclear what's really at the core of her. Greybeard age refers to the fact that we don't actually know how old the Greybeards are. I mean, they look, what, like late 60s, 70s, 80s, somewhere around there. But there's reason to suspect their age may be a little abnormal. You see, spread all over High Hrothgar is a rather alarming quantity of restore health potions. Like, seriously, they're everywhere. Every nightstand, table, cupboard has one of these things. And given the reality that the Greybeards abstain from combat, they are staunch pacifists who don't foresee any of that in their future, maybe these elixirs could be going towards something else. Perhaps they're life extenders in some way. Something that a friend pointed out to me several years ago that I didn't think much of at the time, though is relevant to this, is that if the Greybeards are so old, if they're all at the end of their lives, you know, their hairs are graying, they're really wrinkly, you get the idea, you'd think they would have some apprentices around, or they'd be making preparations for the future generation to keep this guild going. Why are they so confident in their current numbers? And that could connect to this. Though, at the same time, I wonder if the writers would have liked the idea of baby Greybeards anyway. Runil is an Altmer priest of Arche who lives in Falkreath and maintains its world-famous graveyard. He actually has a rather dark secret. You see, a couple decades ago, he actually fought alongside the Aldemary Dominion against the people of Skyrim during the Great War. And if you press him a little in dialogue, he'll even admit to committing some horrible atrocities that he now greatly regrets. But that's not why he's in this video. If you manage to build up a friendly relationship with him, he may offer you a Radiant quest to go locate a diary that he apparently left behind in some old dungeon. Now, it's unclear what Runil was doing running around through old dungeons, but he really wants his diary back. And it says in there, he makes some incriminating admissions that he rather wouldn't be found out by anyone else. Thus begins the quest, Find Runil's Journal. And as you imagine, it's pretty much a generic fetch quest. You go to the dungeon, clear it out, open a chest, find the journal, and bring it back to him for a bit of a reward. Although, if you decide to open up and read Runil's journal before giving it back to him, you'll find that he's had some interesting dreams. Take a listen to this paragraph. Quote, 20, sun's height. Dreams of the war again, but this time something different. I was leading a small band of Aldemary battle mages on a mission deep into the heart of Imperial territory. We had drawn near our target, a supply depot outside of Cheydinhal, when suddenly the sky darkened, a great shadow passed over us, and there was a roar so terrible it chilled my blood. Something was flying just overhead, so huge and so dark as to blot out the sun. The dream changed then. I was here in Falkreath, performing a service for someone who had just passed away, though I don't recall who. From the corner of my eye, I saw a stranger approaching. I turned to look, but the shadow came again, and the roar, and then I awoke. Now that I reflect on the dream, I cannot help but wonder, was it a dragon? Why would I dream of such a creature, when I have never seen one? It seemed so real at the time, but now the memory is fading. What it means, I cannot say. Probably nothing. It would appear as though Runil has been having dreams foreshadowing the return of the dragons and the Dovahkiin. But how and why? It may be insignificant, but I think it's still worth pointing out that this entry is dated for the 20th of Sun's Height, the 7th month in the Elder Scrolls calendar. Well, the events of Skyrim always begin on the 17th of Last Seed, or the 8th month of the Elder Scrolls calendar. So, Runil had this dream just over 30 days prior to the events of the game. Fascinating. Lost Continents refers to the fact that while all of the Elder Scrolls games take place on the single continent of Tamriel, there are several additional continents spread across the world that we just haven't seen yet, and many appear to have disappeared. We've already alluded to Atmora, a mysterious Antarctica-like northern continent that's said to be covered in snow and ice, and where the Nords originally came from. Oddly enough, nobody's been to Atmora in several thousand years. Some tales even suggest Talos was the last human to come from there. It's not obvious why there's been a lack of interaction with this place, though. Some sources suggest the oceans and seas between Tamriel and Atmora have just gotten so cold and frosty they're intraversable. Others argue that Atmora has actually sunk beneath the seas and completely disappeared. Yokuda is a massive desert-like archipelago said to be far west of Hammerfell. It's where the Redguard people come from, and evidently about 2,000 years ago, it too was sunk by the sea. South of Tamriel, there is said to have once been a place known as Pyandania, home to a people called Sea Elves, or Maumur. We actually get a lot more lore on the Sea Elves and interaction with some of them even, during the events of the Elder Scrolls Online. Their continent is said to have been jungle-like and seemingly Amazon rainforest-based. But you'll never get this, that continent has also been lost to the sea. Finally, to the far east lies perhaps the most famous of all the lost continents, and the most speculated on, Akavir. Akavir is apparently the most Tamriel-like of them all. It's apparently of similar size to Tamriel, and also contains a similar level of biodiversity in different climate zones for different species to muster. Believe it or not, in the early Third Era, the Emperor Uriel Septim VII attempted to conquer the region. He mustered an army in the tens of thousands, with hundreds of vessels, and took off from Morrowind, landing on Akavir's western coast. And he was never heard from again. That was the end of that emperor, and it begot an entire crisis back at home. Survivors returned with stories of snake men, monkey people, and ice giants. The book Mysterious Akavir elaborates a little bit further on the races and terrains of this location, and I recommend you give it a read if you're interested in the further lore. Unfortunately, while we may know more about Akavir than Yokuda or Pyandania, that's still not a lot, and this location remains one of the most mysterious and speculated upon places in Elder Scrolls history. At number 9 for Tier 2, this one's actually pretty easy. We have the Ancient Dragonborn. So, during the Dragonborn DLC, we can learn a new shout called Dragon Aspect. And once we learn the third word of shout, we'll have the ability to summon a mysterious character called the Ancient Dragonborn to help us in combat for about 60 seconds. But who is this Ancient Dragonborn? He has many unique properties. For example, he doesn't respond damage at all. Like, when enemies try to attack him, they just go right through him, nothing changes, which is uncommon even for divine beings in the universe. He also wields an Ancient Nord Hero Axe, a type of item that could have only come from the Skyforge in Whiterun, and he himself wears dragon-bone armor, implying he may have lived as far back of a time as when men and Dovas shared the world together. Our next question is just what exactly makes Nirnroot so special? As you already know, Skyrim has a huge variety of different plants in the game. There's juniper berries, canis roots, dragon flowers, wheat, cabbage, you get the idea. But amidst all those different plants, Nirnroot has always stood out as uniquely exceptional thanks to a number of unique characteristics the plant possesses. Most notably, it possesses its own unique sound. Take a listen to the Nirnroot hum. While it's easy to write off as just an interesting effect, this could be rather significant, You see, in the Elder Scrolls universe, there is this all-important concept of tonal magic. Tonal magic is the ability to manipulate or change or enact some kind of force upon the world around you with certain sounds. An example of this concept would be the dragon shout that our player gets to use. But it goes a lot deeper than that. The Dwemer and certain other groups in Tamriel believe the universe is really a sort of song, something that can be musically articulated. And their idea is that by adding the right notes, so to speak, to this song, it can be fundamentally altered, and perhaps to their benefit. Given the omnipresent nature of this concept in the Elder Scrolls universe, I think it warrants taking the sound of the Nirnroot a little bit more seriously. It might signify something greater. Now, those of you who played the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion might remember a high elf named Sindarian. Sindarian was a full-time Nirnroot researcher, and we would be able to collect and sell him Nirnroots at an outrageously marked up price. Well, in Skyrim, which takes place a couple hundred years after the events of Oblivion, we can actually find Sindarian's skeleton at the bottom of Blackreach. According to his journal, which is right next to Sindarian's remains, he took the trip from Cyrodiil down to Blackreach in order to study the crimson Nirnroots that can be found here, and he was trying to figure out what was causing them to have their unique color. In this journal, he also mentions something called the Sun's Death Event of 668 of the First Era. Evidently, something happened that caused the sun's light to stop reaching Tamriel for almost an entire year. Sindarian claims that before this event, Nirnroots were much more abundant, and they even used to glow a different color. Apparently, they were a yellowish red hue rather than the bluish green of today. Now, it's not exactly obvious what this sun's death event was. The year 668 of the First Era almost perfectly coincides with the disappearance of the dwarves, so it's very likely there's some relation, but it's not exactly clear what that is or what's causing the changes to the Nirnroot's biology. I guess we'll have to wait for Sindarian's child to appear in the Elder Scrolls 6. Next, this one's rather quick. So, you know Heimskr, Whiterun's priest of Talos, the guy who goes, "Let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown," that guy. Well, many players have noticed that inside of his house, he has an alarming number of human skulls just sitting on display. This is odd because Talos worshippers obviously don't require human remains for their ceremonies or sacraments. Those are more often than not associated with Daedric beings. But on the other hand, we don't really know much about Heimskir's past or his narrative other than that he really seems to like Talos. Furthermore, if you want to see these skulls, make sure you break into his home before the Siege of Whiterun mission in Skyrim Civil War, as that will destroy the place and render it inaccessible. Sleeping Tree Camp is a giant's encampment located far west of Whiterun. Its name derives from the fact that at the center of the encampment is a large tree sitting in a mysterious purplish pond. Further examination of the site will reveal this sort of spigot-like device on the tree's trunk that you can use to get a unique potion called Sleeping Tree Sap from, which massively rejuvenates your health by 100 points, but slows your character down a little for 45 seconds. What's causing this tree to produce such magical sap has been a topic of debate for well over 10 years now in the Elder Scrolls community. And believe it or not, a consensus has actually emerged. You see, nearby the Sleeping Tree Camp is a small cave, and inside this cave we can find the remains of a bandit with a letter in his inventory. This letter explains that the bandit came to the camp to steal some sap so he could sell it to Isolde, a merchant in Whiterun. If we go to Whiterun with this note in our inventory and confront Isolde about the sleeping tree sap she's buying, she will admit to it, and she'll also reveal that many people believe the sleeping tree, quote-unquote, fell from an island in the sky. Take a listen.
How the tree came to grow there is a bit of a mystery. Some say that when Vardenfell erupted, a piece was blown to the middle of Skyrim and from the crater grew a tree. I've also heard that it was a spore that fell from an island floating in the sky, but that just sounds like nonsense.
The island in the sky that she's talking about very likely refers to Umbra, a floating island that plays a major role in the Elder Scrolls novels written by Gregory Keyes. The Elder Scrolls novels are set during those 200 years in between the events of Oblivion and Skyrim, and a central theme of both books is this great floating island called Umbra, moving all around Tamriel and just causing chaos everywhere it goes. It doesn't just fly over places, it has a tendency to also absorb and kind of feed off the energy of the organisms it travels above, so it's doing a lot of damage. However, it's mentioned that the island itself is home to these unique trees that have a particularly valuable sap. So it seems very plausible that the Sleeping Trees inclusion in Skyrim is one of the game's very, very few sort of Easter egg references to the novels that technically predate it in the game's lore. Or at least, that's our best guess. For our next mystery, we're heading on over to the city of Windhelm, and investigating its largest inn and tavern, Candlehearth Hall. You see, this location supposedly derives its name from a candle that has been burning within the lodge for 163 years consecutively. According to the inn's current owner, her great-great-great ancestor of some sort was a man named Wundheim, who went off to battle and unfortunately never returned home. In mourning, Wundheim's son lit a candle in his honor, and that candle simply never ever burned out, and nobody knows how or why the flame still lives.
Did you see the candle above the fire upstairs? It was lit 163 years ago, back when this building was the home of a grand warrior named Wundheim. When word came that he'd fallen, his son Durot lit a candle in his honor. Nobody knows why it still burns.
As a side note, I just want to point out, I find it hilarious that this is, basically a limitless supply of energy, and this random Nord family just has it in their attic, like, oh yeah, that's the SCP we keep upstairs, you want to see it? Anyway. And finally, last on our list, we have the blank word walls. Essentially, in 3 separate locations across the Elder Scrolls V, we the player can find, word walls that are entirely blank. These 3 locations are Sovngarde, the Throat of the World right at the summit, and the Solkarn. As you might imagine, the meaning and function of these objects is very difficult to discern. We know from dialogue with Paarthurnax and several books that word walls were essentially tablet inscriptions that the Dovas made themselves. That's why Dovazul, the language we see used, looks so similar to Mesopotamian clay tablets. It's the dragons just scratching in things with claws. So you have to wonder, were these word walls once used for something? Did there used to be inscriptions on all of these, but they got filled in? Or did these word walls get built, but they never found the time to write their edicts on them? Another idea that I don't see discussed very often, but I think may be even more plausible, is that this could be related to cut content. We know Bethesda cut dozens and dozens of Dragon Shouts from the game before release that are now only accessible with console commands. These word walls could have possibly been a conduit for any of those. Or, maybe they just look kinda cool. Anyway guys, that about does it for part 1, tiers 1 and 2 of what will likely be a 3 or 4 part Skyrim Mysteries iceberg. If you made it this far in the video, thank you so much. That does, not only does it do wonders for the YouTube algorithm, but it's also just, you know, super creatively fulfilling, right? You know, knowing someone made it this far in such a project. So, thank you again. I would like to tell you guys you could expect part 2 next Saturday or somewhere around there. That's where I'm going to shoot for, but oftentimes these projects just take more time than I'm prepared, so maybe don't hold your breath. Maybe the week after next. We'll see about that. But again, I really appreciate you guys' support, and I hope to catch you all in my next video. Peace out, everyone. Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Nate here, and welcome to part 2 of our Skyrim Mysteries Iceberg. For those of you who don't know, an iceberg is a type of video where a group of topics are gathered and divided into several tiers, vaguely resembling the characteristics of an iceberg. Where in the first, or most visible surface tiers, the most well-known and familiar topics are presented. But as you descend deeper and deeper beneath the sea, the material becomes more and more obscure, and, in my opinion, interesting. Over the last few months, I've been working on an iceberg that contains virtually every single Elder Scrolls mystery that we featured on this channel before, and many that we haven't. In total, there are 5 tiers for us to cover, and last month, in part 1, we covered tiers 1 and 2. So, in today's video, we'll be looking at tiers 3 and 4. Well, we'll at least start on tier 4. I'm still not sure if we'll have enough time to finish it just yet. Regardless of how much progress we end up making, I think this is where the series is going to start getting really good. That's not to say part 1 didn't contain some fascinating topics and wasn't good in and of itself, but, you know, that's the most well-known stuff. There's not a whole lot about the disappearance of the Dwemer or the letters from a friend that hasn't already been done to death in the community. With tiers 3 and 4, on the other hand, we start getting into territory that not even many Skyrim veterans are very comfortable with. So, without any further ado, let's do further and dive into part 2 of our Skyrim Mysteries Iceberg. Starting off, Throat of the World language refers to the existence of several stone tablets the player can encounter and read along the pathway up the Throat of the World mountain to High Hrothgar. These tablets tell us about ancient Nord history and the creation of the Greybeards. However, while this tale is told with English language pop-ups, if you look closely at the tablet textures themselves, you'll find that they're actually written in a mysterious, undecipherable language. The presence of this baffling script, which is unlike any of the other known Elder Scrolls languages, including ancient Nordic, seems to imply that we have a lot more to learn about Skyrim's ancient past. Next, what are wisps? Okay, well, that's kinda easy. Wisps are ethereal, feminine entities that can be encountered as high-level bosses in parts of northern Skyrim and various dwarven ruins. But, more specifically, where do these creatures come from? Well, the answer to that question is far less obvious. However, we have some clues. For one, a close-up inspection of the Wisp character model, which can be done far more easily using console commands, reveals that it contains several distinctly elven features, such as pointed ears, short, sharp teeth, and a small nose. Furthermore, there's a unique wisp called the Pale Lady, who we can encounter as the final boss of Frostmere Crypt Cave. We obviously don't have much dialogue with her, but she's mentioned in the book Lost Legends, which has this to say, quote, "For generations the people of Morthal have told whispered tales of the Pale Lady, a ghostly woman who wanders the northern marshes, forever seeking her lost daughter. Some say she steals children who wander astray. Others that her sobbing wail strikes dead all those who hear it. But behind these tales may lie a kernel of truth. For ancient records speak of Umriel, a mysterious figure Ysgramor's heirs battled for decades and finally sealed away. End quote. So, the Pale Lady is also known as Umriel, a distinctly elven name, and her being around since the days of Ysgramor strongly hints at a snow elven origin. Perhaps, much like their goblinified siblings, wisps are also a product of Dwemer experiments on the snow elves. It would explain their presence in many dwarven ruins. Why else would they be here? It seems the Falmer story is even more complicated than we previously thought. Speaking of snow elves, during the events of the Dawnguard DLC, the player will be sent to the Forgotten Vale, a valley hidden within Skyrim's northwestern mountains, where some Falmer supposedly survived the human conquest for an extra 1,000 or so years. Here, we have the opportunity to marvel at ancient elven architecture, and its juxtaposition against the creatures they've become today. Interestingly, if you head to where I am, just outside of the Vale's large cathedral, and follow this cliff, you'll find a skeleton wearing a jeweled crown. It's unclear who exactly these remains belong to, a forgotten king or prince perhaps, who continued to reign after the fall of his people. But whatever the case, his bones remain a fascinating fingerprint of the past. Nazim is the infamously pretentious Redguard from Whiterun, whose arrogance and audacity has turned himself into a bit of a meme. While he occupies virtually no role of importance in the game, he offers several mocking lines of dialogue toward the player that have earned him the dislike of pretty much the entire community.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't. Oh, it took years, but I earned my way to the top. I own Chilfaro Farm, you see. Very successful business, obviously.
But did you know that Bethesda seems to have had much bigger plans for this snobbish man? Despite his apparent wealth and high status, you might have noticed that Nazim doesn't actually have a home of his own in the city. Instead, both he and his wife Alam live and sleep at the Drunken Huntsman Tavern near the town gate. This is odd, isn't it? If you're so rich, why not have a palace or mansion of your own, right? It's like Jared Kushner sleeping at a Motel 6. Doesn't make any sense. Alas, a look in Nazim or his wife's inventories reveals that they both carry keys to a place called Wintersand Manor. Now, Wintersand Manor doesn't actually exist as a location in the base game. Bethesda seems to have removed it from the files before Skyrim released, and just forgot to delete the place's keys. It's very likely that Nazim was meant to have a Blackbriar Manor-like estate for himself. But, like with the bugs and jars, Bethesda just bit off more than they could chew and scrapped the idea, only leaving their fingerprints behind. I think this bit of cut content trivia is interesting enough in its own right. But there's an additional component that makes this even more noteworthy. You see, Nazim and his wife Alam supposedly hate each other. Like, they both have several lines of dialogue ridiculing their other half. And they're even set to have a hostile relationship in the game files rather than a friendly one.
Looking for my husband Nazim? Check the Jarl's backside. That's usually where he stuffs himself these days. Are you married? You look the type. Make sure you treat your wife with the respect she deserves.
Well, Alam spends the majority of her day sitting around Whiterun's Temple of Kynareth, often getting close to another NPC named Acolyte Jensen. Acolyte Jensen has no dialogue of his own, and lives at the temple. He's as generic as NPCs come. And yet, believe it or not, Acolyte Jensen also has a key to Wintersand Manor in his inventory. Some players have interpreted this fact, combined with Alam's rocky relationship with her husband, to suggest that she may be having an affair behind Nazim's back. In other words, Nazim may be getting cheated on. At number 5 for Tier 1, who killed Narfi's sister? So, shortly after beginning the Dark Brotherhood questline, the Dragonborn will be offered a side contract to assassinate an Iverstead man named Narfi. By asking around the town and even talking to him directly, we discover that this man has had a horribly sad past. Evidently, Narfi's always been a bit on the bizarre side. However, he supposedly once led a rather normal lifestyle. Things changed roughly a year ago, however, when his sister, Rada, went missing. Since then, Narfi's spiraled into depression, and his mental state is reverted into that of a child's, with him only speaking in the third person, with short Yoda-like statements, minus Yoda's foresight. He now lives in the deteriorating remains of his family home, hoping for his sister to return. If you speak to the town's innkeeper, Wilhelm, he'll tell you that one day Rada went to collect ingredients downstream, and never returned. He assumes she's dead. Sure enough, if we follow the river east, Rada's skeletal remains can be found underwater, just past a bridge. But what exactly killed her? Did she go for a swim and get swept undercurrent? Seems unlikely, given that she was looking for plants and probably wouldn't have been dressed for the occasion. Wilhelm mentions that Rada was last seen near Shroudhearth Barrow, an allegedly haunted ruin near her skeleton. Funnily enough, if we investigate Shroudhearth, we'll find that it's not inhabited by a ghost, but rather by a deranged bandit named Wylus Gatharian, who's become addicted to an invisibility potion and merely pretends to be a ghost. Wylius definitely fits the bill for the type of guy who would ambush random foragers, but there's no direct evidence of his association beyond the innkeeper's speculation. Wilhelm himself has actually been named a suspect, with some players arguing he may have both killed Rada and put the hit out on Narfi just to shut him up. It's also possible that Narfi himself is responsible for the crime, and his recent mental deterioration is a result of his own guilt. Or perhaps Rada really did just get swallowed up in a freak accident, and a well-meaning resident of the city put the contract on Narfi just to put him out of his misery. Whatever the case, this Iverstead web is definitely one of the more somber mysteries in this tier. Next, Alduin's afterlife refers to the fact that normally when the player slays a dragon, you get to absorb their soul. It's what being a dragon is all about, and it's technically the only way to permanently eliminate a Dova. Well, inconclusively enough, you don't actually get to absorb Alduin's soul. Indeed, after defeating him in the final mission of the game's main storyline, the Great Dragon's soul will be absorbed by the sky rather than the Dovahkiin. This is one of those things that you don't really consider when you're playing through, but in reality conveys an incredible amount of significance. What makes Alduin's soul so special? Well, Arngir, the leader of the Greybeards, or I guess the closest thing they really have to a leader other than Parthenon, you get the idea. Well, he speculates that Alduin may simply just be too important to perish. Take a listen.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. Dragons are not like normal mortal creatures, and Alduin is unique, even among dragon kind. He may be permitted to return at the end of time to fulfill his destiny as the World Eater, but that is for the gods to decide. You have done your part.
It appears the universe has already decided Alduin's and its own fate. We are merely delaying the inevitable. Impossible Dragon Scales refers to the fact that at a shrine to Akatosh, just north of Rorikstead, a set of dragon scales can be found, alongside several other dragon-themed offerings. It's easy to write this off at first glance. I mean, it just looks like any other sacrifice to the god, right? But the problem is that prior to the return of Alduin at the start of the game, dragons were thought to have been a mere myth, and only one, Paarthurnax himself, had survived in hiding. So, that begs the question, how did these get here? Did Party Snacks fly by one day to make an offering? Seems unlikely given the fact that he goes out of his way to avoid human contact. Could it perhaps have been left by a Greybeard or member of the Blades? Why so far from High Hrothgar? Did the level designers know what they were doing when they placed this here? The questions are infinite. What happened to Arniel Gain? Oh, you'll like this one. Arniel Gain is a Breton professor and researcher at the College of Winterhold. He plays a rather minor role early in the faction's questline. However, shortly after the player discovers the Eye of Magnus, he'll offer us an interesting side quest. Evidently, over the last few years, Arniel has secretly been studying the disappearance of the Dwemer, and performing several extremely dangerous experiments in the process. He now believes he's close to possibly replicating the phenomenon that caused them to vanish in the first place. Boy, sounds like a good idea. What could possibly go wrong? He'll ask the Dragonborn to retrieve a number of unique Dwemer artifacts, so that he may complete the experiment, and promises a large sum of coin to make it worth our while. Once we've gathered all the items, Arniel will initiate his experiment, and as he attempts to strike a special gem with a dwarven blade we fetched, he'll simply vanish before our eyes, never to be seen again, and the quest will be completed.
I don't understand. This should produce some notable effect. Work, damn you!
Well, Arniel isn't necessarily never to be seen again, as the Dragonborn will also suddenly be taught a new spell called Summon Arniel's Shade, which allows us to summon an ethereal version of the character to fight by our side for 60 seconds. Nonetheless, we're left to wonder what happened to this once great educator. His shade unfortunately offers no lines of dialogue, so we don't really have anything to go off of. This also presents some additional complexity to the whole question of the Dwemer disappearance in the first place. You see, generally speaking, the way summon spells work isn't necessarily by conjuring an entity out of thin air, but rather by teleporting an entity out of its place in an existing realm for a few moments. So, when the player summons a Daedric Dremora warrior, you're not actually creating a new Dremora, but instead pulling him out of oblivion to serve by your side at a bit. So, it stands to reason that if we can summon Arniel's Shade, his actual essence, his spirit, or maybe even entire body, must be in another realm, i.e., it's not actually gone. And therefore, presuming he performed the experiment properly, try saying that 5 times fast, so too must those of the dwarves. So, it seems in the end, this eccentric professor may have really discovered more than expected in his antics. At number 9, this one's kinda easy. What are Reiklings? Well, I mean, we all know what they are. They're little blue goblin-like creatures native to the island of Solstheim. They're obviously not quite as sophisticated as any of the game's playable races, like humans or elves or Argonians, but they're also clearly eons ahead of being just a normal wildlife. They seem to have their own, still undeciphered language, their own clan structure, and practice animal husbandry with wild boar. As a matter of fact, at a cave known as Ferelhost, we can find compelling evidence of a Reichling religion at a scene where we witness several of the creatures worshipping a bizarre Santa-esque shrine, though this may just be a joke. But how did these strange half-beasts evolve into what they are today? And why are they only found on Solstheim? Theories have ranged from them being snow elven descendants to cousins of giants. However, I personally think the most likely explanation is that Reichlings are really just snow goblins. Goblins are an essentially identical species of character that just so happens to be green and mostly inhabits the region of Cyrodiil in the Elder Scrolls IV. While the Reichlings of Skyrim may boast a radically different appearance from their goblin relatives, a look at the Elder Scrolls V's game files actually reveals the Reichling model is really just a retextured version of an unused goblin NPC. So, once again, Todd Howard turns the old into the new. Remember in part 1 of this iceberg when we discussed a dragon priest who's missing a mask? Well, now allow me to introduce you to the mask that's missing its dragon priest. In the ancient ruins of Broomjanar, the former dragon capital of Skyrim, a small, circular, temple-like sanctuary can be found, and inside it lay a skeleton slumped against a shrine of sorts, next to a wooden mask and a note. If the player decides to put on this wooden mask, you'll suddenly, seemingly be teleported back in time to when this temple was still functional. At this point, while inside this hidden realm, if the player has already acquired all 8 of the Dragon Priest masks available in the vanilla game, and places them on their respective slots on the shrine, suddenly a new, previously undiscovered Dragon Priest mask will be revealed and given to the player. This mask is called Canaric, and has a unique tusked model, which allows the player to cloak themselves in flames for up to 15 seconds, as well as summon a spectral Dragon Priest for up to a minute at a time. Sadly, we don't get to do much else in this Back to the Future-like endeavor. We can't leave the sanctuary and check out ancient Skyrim. Instead, when we're ready to leave, we simply remove the wooden mask and return to the present era. Nonetheless, this event leaves us with numerous questions. For one, what's the purpose of this Canaric mask? Clearly, it's quite significant, given the fact that all other masks must be obtained to unlock it. Some players have suggested Canaric could have been a crown of sorts, given to the quote-unquote leader of all of the priests after an election or something, which seems about as plausible as anything else, and also makes some sense, especially given the fact that its name literally translates to warlord. Others in the community have argued that it could have perhaps belonged to Wach, the legendary priest of Solstheim who led the resistance against Miraak, and is of course, maskless himself. Maybe, when Miraak launched his rebellion, all of the priests got together and said, Wach's in charge, and gave him this mask. But that begs the question of why wouldn't he have also been buried with it? Furthermore, we also have to wonder about the nature of the other, wooden mask we find next to the skeleton, which somehow allows us to travel through time? The note we find next to the wooden mask provides us with a bit of extra context. It's rather wrong, but I think it's interesting, so I'm gonna read the full thing. Quote, "It seemed like an easy enough job. Graz and me done plenty like it before. Some chinless Breton wants bodyguards for a trip into the mountains. Fine, easy clink for us. He goes on about this twice-forsaken mask of his the whole way, of course. Got a pretty good laugh when Graz snatched it and put it on her face. He threatened to fire us for that one. Not smart out here on your own. He realized that right fast and shut up about not paying. So, we get here, he thumbs through some papers and mutters to himself. Never mind you the fact that me and Graz had to cut through 10 stinking trolls to get him here, and without so much as a warning, poof, he put on that mask and vanished. Could have put my hands on his throat one moment, the next, he's not so much as thin air. Well, after a while, we didn't know what to do, and Graz picks her gear up to head home when he poofs back, that mask in his hand, begs us not to leave, says he needs us to wait, this is what he's paying for. Then he puts the mask back on his sorry little face and he's gone again. I'd seen cloaks do invisibility before, but a few swings of my fist proved he wasn't pulling that one. Nothing there to hit. He shows up again, tells us he needs more time, has to figure something out about other masks, and vanishes again. That was yesterday, and I'm done twiddling my thumbs and writing letters to myself. We are leaving come sunrise, and if he shows up again, I promise Azura I'm putting this dagger through his chest to keep him in one place. We'll pull more loot off of him dead than he could have paid alive. But not the mask. That cursed thing can stay and rot with him, and the trolls right here. End quote. So, according to this letter, the wooden mask was brought here by a wealthy or otherwise well-read Breton, who must have had a sense of what was going on. Given the fact that he had to hire these deeply unloyal bandits to protect him, it seems rather unlikely that he was working on behalf of any powerful organization or faction. So he may have just been a personal enthusiast of the matter. The author of the note also describes the wooden mask as being twice forsaken. What does that mean? Has it been abandoned twice? Did someone cheat on it like Nazim? How could this be? Nevertheless, I could go on and on about this topic for another 45 minutes, so maybe we should just end here by saying that the two masks we find at Broomjanar represent one of the most elaborate and fascinating mysteries in Skyrim. So much so that we'll actually be coming back here in Tier 5. Next, what happened to the Grey Fox? So, in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, the Thieves Guild was led by a somewhat mythical figure known as the Grey Fox. Throughout most of the game's storyline, the true identity of the Fox is kept a secret, but several rumors and conversations with Guild insiders, and even the Fox himself, give us some ideas. Evidently, he's been leading the entire guild for over 300 years, and spawned all sorts of curiosity. Some think he's a vampire, others that he's a direct incarnation of Nocturnal, the guild's patron god. And there are folks in Cyrodiil who outright think the entire entity is just a myth designed to boost the Thieves Guild profile and prestige. Long story short, but towards the end of their questline, it's revealed that the Grey Fox is actually Count Corvus Umbranox, an Imperial who once actually ruled over the city of Anvil until his mysterious disappearance roughly a decade ago. Apparently, the Grey Fox isn't just a person, but rather a title that has been passed down from guild leader to guild leader throughout the centuries, and Count Corvus was simply the most recent man to assume the position. After completing the faction's final quest, Mr. Umbranox will decide to retire from the position, and declare we the player as the new Grey Fox and leader, before returning to his old government responsibilities. The question we're now left asking, though, 200 years later, is what happened to the Grey Fox? During the events of Skyrim, there's virtually no mention of the character, and the guild in Riften seems rather decentralized from any of the other provinces, being led by Mercer Frey, who takes the title of Guildmaster. Adding to the mystery, during one of the final faction missions while inside Mercer Frey's house, we can actually discover and take a marble bust of the Grey Fox laying on a desk. However, that's the only reference to him in the entire base game. What happened? Alas, in 2019, just about 8 years following the release of Skyrim, Bethesda decided to give us some closure. Or at least expand upon this conundrum with a new Creation Club quest called The Grey Cowl Returns. I'll be honest, the quest is exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from the Creation Club. That is to say, rather soulless and short, much like my last girlfriend. Basically, it sends us between locations in Riften to read various notes, and we eventually learn that there is indeed a Grey Fox alive. His name is Yorfnir Iceblade, and he's been the Fox for several decades. It's unclear how exactly he ended up in the position. Unfortunately, no Creation Club quests include any dialogue or character interaction, so we can't ask him, but apparently, after the events of the Elder Scrolls IV, the player must have passed the Grey Cowl down at some point. Anyway, long story short, Fjorfnir Iceblade gives our Skyrim character the title and cowl, as he wants to retire and spend more time with his family like a quitter. Personally, I kinda think Bethesda did a huge injustice to this whole concept by giving it such a mediocre CC quest rather than leaving it to our imaginations or really doing it justice in the Elder Scrolls 6. But, oh well. Todd Howard's leather jackets don't pay for themselves. And finally, last on Tier 3, Daedro Dwemer Artifacts alludes to a bizarre coincidence some players have identified regarding many of Skyrim's Daedric quests. You see, every time we complete a Daedric quest, that corresponding Daedric god will reward the player with a unique item of some kind. Usually it's a special weapon, but sometimes clothing items and even consumables are provided. Well, several of these supposedly Daedric objects seem to actually be Dwemer in origin. After completing the quest, The Cursed Tribe, Malakath, god of vengeance and the ostracized, will bestow the Dragonborn with Volendrung, a two-handed warhammer with an absorb stamina enchantment. Volendrung, however, according to the Pocket Guide of the Empire, was created way back in the Merethic era by a dwarven clan called the Rorken. The Pocket Guide doesn't go into much detail about how the hammer was used by its Deep Folk creators, but supposedly, when the Rorken clan was searching for a new home, its leader just threw it really high in the air and decided to move wherever it fell. It ultimately fell on modern-day Hammerfell, giving its name to the province. How such a historically significant device fell into Malakath's hands, however, is left unclear. Additionally, Spellbreaker is a unique shield, supposedly said to have been used by the Dwemer against the Nord mage Shalador sometime in the First Era. Yet, it's awarded to the Dovahkiin by Periite, god of disease, as a reward for completing his The Only Cure quest. Then there's Dawnbreaker, a unique one-handed sword we get from Meridia for completing her Beacon mission. Dawnbreaker is never explicitly confirmed as an elven device, but its appearance is rather indistinguishable from that of a dwarven lightsword, minus the ball of fire on its guard. Furthermore, while not a relic we get to keep, the Ogma Infinium, a supposedly magical book created with the power of Hermaeus Mora, Lord of Knowledge, is mysteriously sealed away in a dwarven vault when we finally locate it. How did all these Dwemer items find their way into the toolboxes of so many Daedric gods? Did their original owners maybe sell them to the deities in some sort of dark bargain? Or could the gods somehow have just acquired them when they were left abandoned after the First Era? What's so hilarious about this to me is it adds yet another element to consider regarding the Deep Elf disappearance, as if it already wasn't complicated enough. Alrighty, so that about does it for Tier 3 of our iceberg. Those last 12 or so topics represented mysteries that are certainly more obscure than those we discussed in 1 and 2, but are still not nearly as fascinating as what the final sections will bring. Tier 4 consists of several unexplained topics that took me several years to become aware of and consider. Unfortunately, due to time limitations, we're probably not going to be able to finish this entire section of the iceberg, but we'll likely get around halfway. Nonetheless, without any further ado, we know what to do. Starting off Tier 4 is probably one of my favorite Elder Scrolls details ever. The suspicious statues of Sovngarde. So, in the realm of Sovngarde, you may have noticed that all around the world space's perimeter are several megalithic humanoid statues. They appear to depict a hooded graybeard or monk of some kind, but it's hard to tell. Nonetheless, something most players fail to notice about these massive hunks of stone is that they move when we're not looking at them. Indeed, while the player's back is turned, the statues will rotate to stare at us. If you've ever seen the Weeping Angels episode of Doctor Who, it's pretty much that. Thankfully, these statues don't seem to do anything nefarious beyond changing the direction behind our backs, but the creepiness always remains. At number 4, Kagrenzel is a mysterious dwarven ruin located centrally in the eastern Velothi Mountains on Skyrim's border with Morrowind. Its entrance is rather uninspiring and small, but upon entering, we'll immediately be trapped in a cage filled with the remains of deceased bandits, and be approached by a curious, glowing light that'll circle us for a while before a trap door beneath our feet is open and we fall several hundred meters into a giant pit of water and open space. Once we're here, we'll simply have to fight our way through a small, Falmer-infested path to escape into the forest. However, so many things about Kagrenzel are left unexplained. Even by Dwarven Ruin standards, this place is super bizarre. Of course, the Orb of Light is a weird piece of technology in and of itself. But before releasing the trap door, it seemed to be scanning us for something. What could that have been? Considering the fact that this platform is just swarming with dead bandits, most people must fail this test. Why did we specifically pass it? Did it know we were the Dragonborn? Why was that necessary? Furthermore, unlike most Dwemer ruins, Kagrenzel doesn't have an obvious purpose. You know how most elven ruins tend to be factories or observatories or even just underground settlements? Well, Kagrenzel doesn't fit the bill for any of those. It's really just a giant pit into the ground. What could this have been used for? If it weren't for all the other weird things, I would assume this could be a mining operation, or maybe the site of a future Dwemer ruin under construction. But then that wouldn't explain the presence of the orb and the other things we're about to talk about. Perhaps most bizarre of all, if we no-clip and take a closer look at the chamber where we fall down through, many of what appear to be massive rib cages can be found lining the perimeter. What in Talos' name are these? An inspection of their placement in the game files reveals that these are all enlarged versions of mammoth skeleton models. But we can't be sure what kind of creature Bethesda is trying to represent here. A popular theory is that these could be the remains of snow whales. Snow whales, for those of you who don't study Elder Scrolls lore for a living, are an extinct species of flying whale native to Skyrim that were supposedly hunted to extinction when the Nords arrived. We have no idea what they looked like or how they behaved, but modders have had, let's just say, quite the field day with these creatures. Another thing worth considering is Kagrenzel's own name. You see, in the Dwemer language, the suffix zel means city of, and the word Kagren means music, or tone. So, Kagrenzel essentially translates to Music City. This is important because, as we mentioned in Tier 1, tonal magic, or magic made through music and sound, was extremely important to ancient dwarven society, as it is to the dragons. As a matter of fact, the Deep Elves literally believed reality itself to be a song that could be changed by the introduction of certain notes and sounds. So, a name like Kagrenzel, Music City, couldn't have just been an accident or chosen because it sounded neat. It conveys a huge level of significance. But why? What is that significance is the question. The only thing I can think of is maybe the reason Kagrenzel is such a giant empty space is so that certain sounds could be made and amplified with the echo. You know how if you go into a cave and yell, that noise is just going to keep ricocheting off the walls for a while? Perhaps they were going for something like that. Alas, whatever Music City's true purpose was, knowledge of it vanished with its makers. Next, the Blackbriar clan is a notorious crime family based out of Riften. Their matriarchal leader, Maven, has built an empire outside the bounds of the law, and commands respect across Tamriel's underworld. Well, bizarrely enough, within the Blackbriar family manor, if you decide to pick a master-locked door in their basement, you'll find the leftovers of a black sacrament ritual. Among this horrifying scene will be a note titled, "To the Brotherhood." It reads as follows. Astrid, I thought your people were supposed to be reliable. I've performed the black sacrament, I've paid the proper penance, and I've waited patiently for results. If you can't handle a simple Minecrafting, I will find someone who can. I want this contract handled, and I want it handled immediately. Signed, Maven Blackbriar. So, Maven was trying to use the Brotherhood to whack somebody on her behalf. Although, she has plenty of enemies, so we're not exactly sure who. Thankfully, a letter on her nightstand on the second floor of the manor gives us a suspect. Titled, Letter from Kristoff, it reads, Dearest Maven, after our disagreement a fortnight ago, I feared that business had finally gotten the best of our friendship. Since I still have yet to receive a reply to my last letter, it seems my suspicions are correct. I realize my mistake has cost you a lot, and all I hope to do is make amends. I'll be staying at the Bannered Mare in Whiterun, should you wish to speak with me. Regards, Kristoff Bartlett. Ah, this Kristoff guy must have somehow found himself on Maven's bad side, and is now trying to reconcile. Well, if we head to the Bannered Mare Tavern in Whiterun, where Kristoff says he'll be waiting, we won't find him. Though a note can be found at a table near the back of the business, called Letter from Maven to Kristoff. Here it goes. Kristoff, upon reading your last letter, I was deeply touched. You're right, I was angry. But now I realize my anger was misplaced. It's time to leave our disagreements in the past and rekindle our friendship. I'll be sending someone to fetch you and bring you to Riften. I wish to avoid a scene, so he'll be calling at night. Make sure you pack all your belongings securely, as the journey could be rather treacherous. Signed, Maven. Indeed, the context clues of this letter and Kristoff's absence from the game highly suggest Maven had him eliminated. Could Mr. Bartlett have been the man Maven placed the Dark Brotherhood contract on? He's one of the only characters we can definitively say Maven's gone after. Though, the notes kind of imply she was using her own people for the job. Also, if he was the target, you'd think the Black Sacrament ritual would have been cleaned up by now. Why leave this evidence hanging if you don't need them anymore? So, Christophe Barlett, while a fun rabbit hole story to read through, may not have been the real guy she was after. Nonetheless, Maven has no shortage of opponents, so her true target is likely unknowable. For our fourth spot, and our actual fourth spot this time, just below the College of Winterhold lies the Midden, perhaps one of the most interesting and terrifying locations in Elder Scrolls history. Legend has it that the Midden was built as a sewage and storage system for the above university. But over the centuries, students and researchers interested in the dark and illegal arts began performing nefarious experiments and rituals within its cover. Today, the Midden is littered with leftover debris and skeletal remains from the twisted events that transpired. Nonetheless, perhaps the most interesting thing that can be found here is the Atronach Forge. A baffling device that, when activated and given the proper resources, can be used to summon all sorts of Daedric items and scrolls. Rather than explain how it works myself, I'll just let the manual, which is found in a nearby cupboard, do the talking. Quote, "The Atronach Forge offers few clues as to who built it, and even fewer as to how to unlock its full potential. Only through blind experimentation and a few singed eyebrows have I been able to understand its function. The forge is mostly a large dais, almost crude of make, but emblazoned with the traditional Daedric rune. An offering box is attached, as well as a prominent lever. The dais also features a large setting, which seems set to receive some large, spherical object. I have had no luck in determining what this missing object may be, however, or what effect it may have on the efficacy of the forge. The forge is activated by placing certain items into the offering box and then pulling the lever. The forge consumes the items and conjures something upon the dais. The conjuration can be predicted reliably if the appropriate items are left in the box, but many combinations either have no effect or catastrophic reactions. Once I conjured a wild goat. Well, most of the goat, at least. Experimenting wildly with the forge is dangerous. I've recorded such recipes as I have discovered on the following pages." End quote. And thus, I have just read to you essentially everything we know about the Atronach Forge. There is no additional information on it throughout the entirety of the rest of the game. We're left to speculate. I've heard quite a few people over on Reddit suggest that this forge could be of Snow Elven make, or at least have been designed in the pre-Nord period of Skyrim. Though, I think this sounds unlikely given that the Midden wasn't built until the college itself was. At least that seems to be how the archaeology goes. Still though, whether designed by crazed snow elves or deranged mages, or something else, the Atronach Forge absolutely remains one of Winterhold's quintessential mysteries. Next, within Riften's Temple of Mara, inside one of the guest bedrooms on the first floor, lying atop of a table, is a copy of the book, A Kiss, Sweet Mother, which, of course, is an instruction manual on how to summon the Dark Brotherhood. Who did this belong to, and what's it doing in a bloody church? Nobody other than the acolytes and priests of Mara themselves occupied the temple, so they're the immediate suspects. But this room in particular seems reserved for guests or travelers, with the temple workers themselves mostly sleeping in the basement. The only known Black Sacrament in Riften is Maven's, which we just went over. But she has no business visiting a temple like this. One theory that's been floated around quite a bit is that this book could have belonged to Cicero, and that maybe when he was on his way to the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary, he brought it and just left it behind. Though we know from Cicero's own journals that he arrived in Skyrim via a ship in the north. So that seems unlikely given that Riften is on the opposite side of the province from where he's going. What seems more plausible to me is that Aventus Aurentino is the true owner of the book. We know Aventus fled Honorall Orphanage in the city to Windhelm, where he literally summoned the Dark Brotherhood, so maybe he spent a night at this temple shortly after escaping from Grelod on his journey. It makes sense. The kid definitely wasn't paying for taverns. A temple may have been the only place he could have found shelter. But even then you have to wonder why the Acolytes let him bring such a text in and still haven't removed it. Perhaps these priests of Mara aren't as pious as they seem. Okay, so even by the standards of what I like to cover, this next topic's pretty complicated, but it's absolutely worth it. So, after defeating Alduin at the climax of the game in Sovngarde, when we're ready to return to the mortal world, we simply approach Sun, Nord god of trials and tribulations, and tell him that we're ready to leave. To which he'll simply shout at the player, and we'll instantly be teleported to the summit of the Throat of the World, back in Tamriel, where Paarthurnax is waiting for us. Now, over the course of dozens of playthroughs, I never really thought much of this interaction. This is just how we leave Sovngarde, right? But then I started to think, hey, wait a minute, we enter Sovngarde at a location known as Skoldafin in the far southeast of the map. Why is it we return specifically at the Throat of the World? Did Sun do that on purpose? Did he know Paarthurnax was expecting us? Why not just have a spawn where we entered? Well, enter Michael Kirkbride. Michael Kirkbride was a writer for the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind and the Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard. Though the title writer doesn't really do his position justice. Kirkbride is responsible for inventing and polishing an astounding amount of this universe's lore, and is often cited as perhaps one of its biggest influences. Well, while Michael Kirkbride formally departed the studio in the early 2000s, and never directly worked on Skyrim, he continued to write Elder Scrolls stories and upload them online. While technically none of his work after leaving Bethesda can be considered canon, it's also way more significant than just a normal fanfiction, seeing as he has such an intimate idea of what's going on behind the scenes. Anyway, one story Kirkbride posted in early 2011, literally months before Skyrim's release, was titled Shor, Son of Shor, and it's a short story documenting the struggle of various Nord gods that takes place during the Dawn era. Anyway, the tale begins with the following paragraph. Quote, Kyne's shout brought our tribe back to the mountaintop of Hrothgar, and even our recent dead rode in on the wind of her breathing, for there had been no time to fashion a proper retreat. Their corpses fell among us as we landed, and we looked on them in confusion, shaken as we were by this latest battle in the War of Twilight. End quote. This paragraph seems to suggest that several of the story's protagonists also found themselves brought to the summit of Hrothgar by the breath of a Nordic god. Now, unlike the player who was brought here from Sovngarde by Sun after battling with Alduin, these heroes were brought from an unknown location by Kyne, retreating from something called the War of Twilight. Unfortunately, the rest of Shore, Son of Shore is way too long for me to read in this video, which is saying something, and would probably require several additional hours of content to explain it all. But I'll leave a link in the description down below to its Imperial Library post, if you're interested in reading through the whole thing yourself. Nonetheless, it seems to confirm a special sort of significance upon the throat of the world. Almost like this is where Nord beings always return from Aetherius, and do so every Kalpic cycle. You may remember at the beginning of this video, we took a look at that mysterious language present on Hrothgar's stones, and how they seem to predate all known scripts. Maybe this is why. And finally, last on our list, meet Florentius Banius. He's an Imperial Priest Arche who we will rescue from the clutches of evil vampires during the events of the Dawnguard questline. Now, the thing about Florentius is that he's more than just a priest to Arche. You see, he claims that he can actually speak to the god of life and death in his own mind.
Arche says it's good that we're here, but I don't know. Something about this place doesn't feel right. What? No. Yes, I see. All right. Right. I'll settle in, and then Arche and I will start to put things right. Don't you worry. Oh, I've read a few things, heard a few more things. Arche has told me a bit as well. The story they'd like you to believe is that they were such a noble bunch, doing the honorable thing and saving lives. Only I hear that's not quite how it happened. Secret organization, you see. No one to blame when homes are broken into, things stolen. Heard they'd go on midnight raids, pillaging and looting, and then stash the spoils somewhere, guarded by their sigil. Arche tells me the Sunfire spell can break open those caches, but I've never found one. I think he might be lying to me.
Indeed, whenever in Fort Dawnguard, it's possible to hear Florentius going on and on, seemingly just talking to himself like a crazy person. As you might imagine, there are several faction members who are openly skeptical about his behavior, and believe him to just be out of it. And yet, at the same time, there's also reason to suspect that he may actually be genuine. For whatever reason, Mr. Banius frequently demonstrates intimate knowledge and foresight about topics that he really shouldn't be able to. In the Dawnguard DLC, there's this new mechanic where random friends of the Dragonborn can occasionally get captured by vampires. And Florentius is the guy who always knows who's been captured and where exactly to find them. Supposedly, because Arche's telling him. So either Florentius is being honest and he's actually receiving word from the divine, or at least some kind of god, or he's in cahoots with the vampires, which is very unlikely given that we find him captured by them and he helps us destroy the Harkon clan. It is worth noting that Arche, as a god of life and death, is fiercely opposed to all undead creatures, from Draugr to vampires. So the deity does have some legitimate interest in participating in this conflict. It's just he's chosen such a bizarre vessel to do it from. What do you think? Is Florentius Banius really communicating with Arche? Could he be in league with the vampires? Or has he just lost his marbles? Leave a comment down below. And with that, we are going to wrap up Part 2 of our 3-part Skyrim Mysteries iceberg. Remember, despite going for over an hour, we still aren't quite done with Tier 4 yet, so we've still got another tier and a half to go. Anyway, thanks so much for stopping by, everybody. Sorry it took so long between uploads. Turns out 60-minute videos take a tad longer than 30-minute ones. Who would have thought? If you have any suggestions, please be sure to let me know. I'll be taking a look at the comment section before loading Part 5, just to be sure we didn't miss anything. If you enjoyed, like rating are as always very much appreciated. Let's see if we can get this video to 7 likes. I think that's a good goal to strive for, but yeah, I hope to catch you all in my next video. See you soon, everybody.
Well, I was born in a little town out Montana way. Me and Ma didn't have much.
This reveals that hag-ravens can in fact have children with human men, producing a child that, given its lack of description, is likely physically human-looking. Although we cannot be sure, as this child's physical appearance is never described. If it was some kind of strange raving child abomination, surely the writer would mention that. But the child being more human in appearance, or at least being more human in appearance than Hagraven, does make sense, considering the Hagravens were human before undergoing their bestial transformation. Furthering this evidence of Hagraven offspring, during the Second Era, in the southeastern corner of the Rift in Skyrim, there was an arena called the Blessed Crucible. Around it we can find plaques that detail the champions of this arena over the years. The first champion was Aliris the Shroud. Aliris, the first champion of the Blessed Crucible, held that title for 4 decades. She was renowned for her skill with illusion magic and her deft swordplay. Few were able to match her skill in the arena or her favor with the crowd. And we can see at the bottom that she was defeated by someone known simply as Crowbringer, who has their own plaque which notes some suspiciously familiar abilities. Crowbringer was said to possess the powers of the Hagravens, allowing him to transform into a murder of crows and attack his foes from 100 directions at once. It was perhaps inevitable that his reign as champion would be cut short by one who utilized the powers of light. When Crowbringer used his transformation powers against Hagroth the Righteous, a blinding light incinerated the crow forms, leaving nothing in their place but the brimstone crown itself. Now this is very interesting indeed, as there are no examples anywhere within the lore of a man undergoing a Hagraven transformation. Yet, there is an example of a Hagraven giving birth to a son with Ichnuel, Cloavdra and Cointhac's son that we read about just a few minutes ago. So the fact that Crowbringer had these powers that have only ever been observed being used by Hagravens, to me heavily suggests that he is in fact the offspring of a Hagraven, having his mother's Hagraven abilities passed on to him while maintaining the form of a man. Please cast your mind back a minute or two when I made the point about Hagraven claws and Hagraven feathers bolstering a consumer's magical capabilities and understanding of magic. Well, imagine the powers that you would inherit if you were birthed by a Hagraven. they'd be immense. You would have these fortifications to your magical abilities permanently in your very DNA, much like powers possessed and displayed by Crowbringer, or perhaps the Augur of Dunlane too, with his unmatched comprehension of magic and mastering of magic that none had seen before. So where's this theory going? Well, I'll ask the question, was the Augur of Dunlane the son of a Hagraven? Well, he came from the right area geographically. He now has the title Augur, a title which has only previously been observed within the Reachman's culture. There are Reachman totems and fetishes in the Midden where the Augur clearly spent some time in his mortal life, given that this is where he can now be found. He had unmatched magical powers and an understanding of magic foreign to the academically trained mages of the College of Winterhold. Not only was he said to be masterful beyond comprehension, but it's specifically noted that he was especially gifted in the School of Restoration. This is important because remember that one other unique ability that Hagravens have that I said we'd get onto? Well, let's get onto it. And it is quite substantial. Hagravens in Hrothgar. Again, Hrothgar is the northeastern corner of High Rock, the same place where Dunlane is located. Well, Hagravens from this exact same area have been observed performing something very special. When one of their fellow Reachmen dies in combat, the Hagravens bring them back to life. Now, we've seen something very similar with necromancers. But this is different, as the resurrected Reachmen are not bound to the caster, the Hagravens in this case. So if the Hagraven is killed, the revived Reachman still continues to live. They are not a reanimated corpse at the mercy of the Hagraven. They are simply alive again. This has been observed and documented by NPCs as a strange form of necromancy, but I believe this conclusion to be incorrect. It's not necromancy. The resurrected are not bound to the caster, which would not make it the puppeteering of the dead, so to me it doesn't fall into the facet of necromancy. It's resurrection. Permanent resurrection. Surely, if anything, this would be classed as restoration, the revival of the dead, not reanimation, but revival, to freely and independently live and breathe again. Of course, please correct me if I am wrong, but surely, if anything, this would be the highest and most powerful form of restoration magic, restoring a dead person back to life, independent of the resurrector. And don't forget, my fellows, restoration is the school of magic the Augur of Dunlane excelled at beyond all other magics. It seems like he and the Hagravens share this almost divine grasp on the school of restoration, once more connecting the two as if they were related. Oh, and there is one other major piece of evidence that to me completely concretes the fact that the Augur of Dunlane is the child of a Hagraven. For this I had to dig deep, and it can be found within the creation kit. So if we open Skyrim's creation kit and load Skyrim's game files, then search for Augur, we can find the Augur of Dunlane's character profile. In here, we will discover an array of very interesting and telling things. While the Augur of Dunlane is an orb of light when we encounter him in-game, he actually has a uniquely assigned and designed human character in the game files. As we can see, all of the character customization sliders and such have been manually set by a developer specifically, creating a unique looking human as the Augur of Dunlane. And guess what he looks like? Well, he looks like this. An absolute mess, to be sure. One of the ugliest characters that I've ever seen. At first, I thought, what the hell is this? This is the goofiest looking dude I've seen since I looked in the mirror this morning. But then it clicked as I was getting footage of a Hagraven. Oh my god, he looks like a Hagraven man. The Augur of Dunlane has a specifically designed human character in the game files that has been made to look almost too perfectly like a Hagraven's spawn. He has the gaunt face, the huge nose, the witch's chin, the thinning straggly hair, the bulbous bare brow, the dead crone eyes. He could not look more exactly like what I would imagine the son of a Hagraven to look like. And a detail that is probably easily missed is on this page in the creation kit. His eyes are set to male eyes human demon, and his eyebrows are set to brows male humanoid 12 no brow. The names of those settings aside, he has completely blacked out eyes and no eyebrows, which to be honest were two options I didn't even know were available, but these two features are exactly what Hagravens have. They have no eyebrows, and they have completely black, dead crone eyes, which just so happens to be the exact settings on the Augur of Dunlane's human form, while at the same time, the rest of his face has clearly been modelled off of his mother too. To me, this is beyond suspicious. This is just tangible and observable evidence that the Augur of Dunlane is in fact the son of a Hagraven. In this window here, we can see that his race is Breton, so again, his race fits the bill perfectly. Interestingly, his height is set to maximum and his weight is set to minimum, so he is thin and gangly. Again, a physicality that you would associate with a Hagraven. Now, this little viewing window can be hard to appreciate, so I have recreated his character in-game by perfectly matching all of the settings that we see here in the creation kit. And looky here, the Augur of Dunlane, the most Hagraven-looking male Breton in all of Tamriel. At least that I have seen. So, I'll ask the question again, was his mother a Hagraven? I definitely think so, and I would confidently take this evidence to court, or to the Elder Council, or whoever would like to see it. He is Breton, he is from Dunlane in Hrothgar, the Western Reach, where the Reachmen come from. He has the title of Augur, which has only previously been observed being used as a title in Reachman tribes. He delved into magic in a way that none had seen before. He could master spells others could barely comprehend, almost as if his magical understandings were permanently bolstered by effects, the same effects that we have observed that are present in alchemy when consuming parts of a Hagraven. The midden where he resides is filled with totems and effigies floating with or even matching those found in Forsworn culture, who are again a tribe of Reachmen. We've seen that Hagravens have hag husbands, who are men, and together they can produce children. We also have seen that their children, who are men, can possess their Hagraven abilities as observed with Crowbringer. We have seen Hagravens performing permanent resurrection, a divine ability that just so happens to lie exactly in the same school that the Augur mastered above all others, that being restoration magic. And to bring all of the ingredients together, his character looks like an actual Hagraven, or more fittingly and relevantly like a man and a hagraven mixed together. To me, it is clear as day. The Augur of Dunlane is in fact the son of a hagraven. He is a hag prince. Now, this revelation about the Augur of Dunlane's origins are very interesting and could play some part in the coming questions. So now we've found the most likely roots about who the Augur of Dunlane was in his mortal life. The next mystery to address is what happened to the Augur of Dunlane. How did he go from Birdman to a glowing ball of light? Well, Tolfdir sheds the most light on this ball of light.
He was a brilliant student, an accomplished wizard, delved into magic in a way none had seen before. But I think he became too focused on just how much power he could acquire. That's what led to the accident.
What accident?
Do you remember what I first told you? About how not being able to control magic could destroy you? I didn't simply mean it could kill you. The Augur's accident is another very real type of a life destroyed. Well, it's been described as an accident. I can't imagine it was intentional. Something must have gone wrong, and he ended up in the state he's in now, fused to the energies that flow through the college.
He thinks that the Augur was driven to his own demise, trying to acquire as much power as possible. But there is no other evidence of this claim other than Tolfdir just thinks that's what happened. But Tolfdir might be holding his cards closer to his chest than we suspect, which we'll get onto a little later. Teaser, I think he knows a lot more than he reveals. Anyway, Tolfdir clarifies that whatever happened to the Augur of Dunlane is described as an accident, as he couldn't imagine that it would have been intentional. This is important to note, as it could have very well been intentional. Tolfdir also mentions that the Augur is somehow now fused with the magics that flow through the college. This is a very strange occurrence, and I cannot find any examples of this happening elsewhere. A conscious being fusing with magicka in a particular location, or at all for that matter, while also remaining a cognitive entity that's very strange indeed. Of course, we'll get onto what he is or very well could be later. But because we don't really have any examples of the outcome, it's hard to define or specify the process. So it seems when trying to define exactly what happened to the Augur of Dunlane, we're going to have a very hard time. Given he is apparently fused to the magics that surround the college, we can assume that he was performing a spell, a ritual perhaps, that involved these very magics. Some speculate that his obsession with power led him to trying to absorb that very magic that flows through the college, which in turn led to his physical form overloading, like putting too much air into a balloon. His body, the vessel, could not contain the quantity of magicka flowing into it, and he went kapoof, exploded. And in one way or another, his soul fused with the magics that surround the College of Winterhold. Again, something like this is a basic educated guess and has no grounding in evidence apart from the observable outcome. Now, if what happened to the Augur of Dunlane was an accident, I would consider it a happy accident, as we can see plenty of characters all throughout Skyrim who have performed magical experiments which have ended in failure and often death. Even at the College of Winterhold alone, we have many examples, whether it be Brelina making the player's vision green or turning the Dragonborn into various animals, or the 4 now ex-students whose remains we can find scattered throughout the hold of Winterhold, who died while experimenting in various magical arts. You can see them in full in the Curating Curious Curiosities video that I have done for the Hold of Winterhold, if such this interests you. But even the senior member of the college, Arniel Gain, appears to zero-sum when he uses Kagranak's tool Keening on the Warped Soul Gem. Possibly the exact same thing that happened to the Dwemer. Point being, it probably wasn't intentional on Arniel Gain's part. We also, of course, have the 4 students that tried to bind the pirate Dromora of the Abyssian, Velexane. And again, I have a full video on his story if you want to check it out. It's actually really cool, and I'd highly recommend it. You'd enjoy it. Anyway, 4 students, in some kind of ritualistic experiment, bound Velexane to the gauntlet and their 4 rings. But in the process, exploded, as we can see with the parts and gore splattered and scattered around the room, and their souls were sent to oblivion. We'll get back to this a little later, as it might play a part in the Augur's story. Anyway, the point of all of that is that we have plenty of examples of magical experiments going wrong. All of them resulted in failure in some sense, and most of them just ended in death. Like plain old boring you're gone kind of death. But with the Augur, he is something else. He went from human to a far-seeing, omnipresent, non-corporeal entity. These are the kind of traits associated with the Daedra and the Aedra or other high ascended entities. Not to say that he is one, but his current being is something divine. Divine in a literary sense, not an Aedric one. So surely, something like this, master wizards, well, some at least, would thrive to achieve an ascendance in a sense. So was this an accident? It very well could have been an accident, but if it was a very, very happy accident, considering all of the other accidents we can find ended with predictable certain death. Whereas, the Augur of Dunlane is now a conscious astral being. So given we have almost nothing to go off, I think asking what happened to the Augur of Dunlane might be the wrong question. Maybe we should ask under what circumstances did this transformation take place under? Well, I believe that it may very well have been related to the Great Collapse. So did the Augur of Dunlane cause the Great Collapse, or was he involved with it at all? For the uninitiated, the Great Collapse was a disaster that took place 79 years before the time the game of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim takes place, in which a rather aptly named Great Collapse occurred, where the majority of the city of Winterhold crumbled and plummeted into the Sea of Ghosts. But the College of Winterhold remained standing, while all the land between it and the city of Winterhold shattered into the ocean below. This naturally aroused suspicion amongst the locals, and their suspicions might just be well placed. Now, the 2 prevailing theories as to the cause of the Great Collapse are weak at best. The first is that the eruption of Red Mountain caused quakes throughout Tamriel and weakened the natural foundations below the city. A few things to note here is that Red Mountain and the College of Winterhold aren't exactly close. They are about a quarter of a continent away from each other, and like Winterhold, there are plenty of similar cliffy areas between the College of Winterhold and Red Mountain that did not suffer the same fate and remain standing. Most importantly though, the eruption of Red Mountain happened 117 years before the Great Collapse happened. So blaming a seismic event that occurred 6 generations beforehand and took place a province away is limp at best. Now, the second accepted theory is what was passed off by the college as the cause, which was natural disaster due to storm erosion. Now this may be true, but as we'll see, the patrons of Winterhold did not trust mages nor their college, and they still don't. And they do not accept this theory of the eroding storms at all. There are a number of reasons for this, and we'll learn about them all shortly. It's important to understand fully this friction between the College of Winterhold and the city of Winterhold, as it plays a part in my theory about the Augur of Dunlane being the cause of the Great Collapse. So firstly, 79 years ago, at the time of the Great Collapse, the then Archmage wrote a letter to the Jarl of Winterhold. This letter can be found in a book aptly named On the Great Collapse. So let's have a read. Firstly, please allow me to offer my sincere condolences. I understand that you, like many others, have lost family and you have my deepest sympathies. I also understand that some of your council have placed the blame for this horrible disaster on my colleagues at the college. While I can certainly appreciate the shock and the scope of recent events and the desire to comprehend what has happened, I must strongly urge you to consider the full situation. You know as well as any the college's history and reputation in Winterhold. It has long been a source of pride for your city, a unique fixture in Skyrim. Some of the greatest wizards have studied here, and the college has always promoted positive relations with the other provinces of Tamriel. It is well known that those relations have been, shall we say, strained over the last few decades. After the Oblivion Crisis, it was only natural that the people of Skyrim showed a distrust for mages, even though the vast majority of us actively worked to counter the actions of the Mythic Dawn cult. The college expected such a reaction and hoped that distrust would fade over time. And then the Red Year. No one foresaw the explosion of Red Mountain or the devastating effect it would have on the Dunmer culture. Your predecessor was kind enough to welcome many of the refugees, particularly those who could contribute to the college's studies. We were quite grateful. When Solstheim was generously offered to the Dunmer as a new home, I was surprised as any. I did not, however, share the apparent expectation that all Dark Elves would leave Skyrim. It did not go unnoticed that many in Winterhold were unhappy at how many mages chose to stay at the college rather than relocate. And now the storms that have racked the coast of Skyrim for close to a year have finally broken, but at great cost to us all. This great collapse that has devastated Winterhold was unexpected, I assure you. That the college has remained unaffected is only a testament to the protective magics placed around it so long ago. It in no way implies that we were somehow prepared specifically for this event, and is certainly no indication that the college was somehow responsible. I certainly would never hold you accountable for the gossip spread amongst the people of Winterhold. I would urge you, though, to not allow that gossip to take root and become a commonly held belief. I do not wish to see our relationship crumble like Winterhold has. I assure you, the college will remain here a very, very long time. Now, this almost threatening letter reveals the tension between the college and the city, in which the then Archmage blames the Great Collapse on the recent storms that apparently eroded the coastline, and assures the then Jarl of Winterhold that the mages of the college had nothing to do with it, despite the college remaining unharmed due to protective wards, which we'll get onto later. But these tensions and distrust have all but dissipated in modern-day Skyrim, as we'll see just by talking with the people of the college and the populace of Winterhold. So, Onmund, why do Nords have a problem with the college?
Well, look at the evidence. Nords generally don't trust magic, so it's not off to a good start. Throw in the Oblivion Crisis, which was caused by magic users, and the troubles now with the Aldmeri Dominion, who are elves and magic users. And finally, take the fact that the college is the only thing left standing after most of Winterhold was destroyed. It's all fairly damning.
Now, despite this chain of reason the local Nords don't like mages, there are still some within the city who don't blame the college, such as Kraldar, who will give us some very interesting and relevant history. Excuse me, do you find the college dangerous?
Goodness, no. They're simply scholars. They mean no one harm. I've had several conversations with Archmage Aaron over the years. Oh, he's perfectly polite, if a bit guarded.
Bit friendly with the Archmage, are you? Where's he putting his wand? Please, tell me about the history of Winterhold.
I'm afraid the Winterhold you see before you is somewhat underwhelming. I can assure you, though, that it was quite something in its prime. An early capital of Skyrim, you know. Sadly, the Oblivion Crisis took its toll on Winterhold, in more ways than one. Then, the Great Collapse swallowed most of our beloved city.
Clarify for me, how did the Oblivion Crisis impact Winterhold?
You may have noticed the college, just to the north there. Very prestigious place. Mages from all over Tamriel traveled here to seek knowledge. After the Oblivion Crisis was over, many felt that magic users were to blame. Elves, to be specific. It created a great deal of tension. A good many dark elves were driven from the city, and people became uncomfortable with the presence of the college.
Please explain the Great Collapse to me.
Just about 80 years ago, there was a terrible disaster. The cliffs overlooking the Sea of Ghosts collapsed, taking most of Winterhold with them. In the middle of it all, the college was practically untouched. Many of the survivors were suspicious. Some believed the mages were behind the whole thing, and others felt they could have at least prevented it. Archmage Aaron assures me that his people had nothing to do with it, and I believe him. But Winterhold never recovered.
Now, while Kraldar provides some brilliant insight into the situation, he doesn't share Winterhold's general spite towards the college. We should visit with the Jarl, Korit of Winterhold, for the town's consensus. And before we even get to talk to him, we'll get an earful about those damned mages at the college.
That wizard is still at the inn. I can't believe Dagger allows him to stay there.
This is what it's come to. No one seems to care what they've done to our home.
It's clear that memories are far too short.
And it's clear money matters more to Dagor than honor.
Ours is the only family left that truly cares what happens to Winterhold. Courier will be the first to tell you that if it weren't for that college, we'd all be better off. I agree with him.
What's your business here in Winterhold?
I'm here for the college.
Should have known. Not that it matters anymore. No one bothers coming to Winterhold for any other reason.
Please tell me about Winterhold's history.
What's there to tell? It's mostly gone now, thanks to those damned mages in the college. Someday there'll be proof they caused the Great Collapse. Most of the city just dropping off into the sea. That doesn't just happen.
I'm getting the vibe that you have a problem with the college.
I do. And if you count yourself among their numbers, then you've blood on your hands as well. There's nothing left of Winterhold. Nothing. Everyone knows it's the college's fault that the sea swallowed our city. Still they deny it. What? We all know the truth. The college is the worst thing that's ever happened to Winterhold. Maybe to Skyrim. Those cursed mages. It's their fault Winterhold is gone. Few will admit it, but we know the truth about the Great Collapse. I don't care how many colleges they build, or how much the sea swallows up. I'll outlast them all.
So, as we can see, the Jarl and a number of Winterhold's patrons do not trust the College of Winterhold one bit and hold them accountable for the Great Collapse. And they are right, if some of my theories about the Augur of Dunlane hold true, of course. Finally, we'll hear from the Archmage himself to get his side of the story. Archmage, what caused the Great Collapse?
No one is sure of the cause. Some believe the eruption of Red Mountain had far-reaching consequences that were only felt years later. I know there are some who have blamed the college, said that we were responsible. I assure you this is not the case.
Go on, I want to hear more.
The Sea of Ghosts practically came alive. No one was expecting it. Monstrous waves battered the shore for weeks on end. Winterhold was ancient and weathered, but it couldn't withstand the sea's fury. Entire districts of the city were lost overnight. The waves receded in time, but the damage was irreversible. Most residents of Winterhold abandoned what was left of the city. The college survived, and so here we remain.
So now we understand how everyone around Winterhold feels about the Great Collapse. Let's get to my deep theories about the Augur of Dunlane being involved here. But to ponder so, we have to assume that the Augur of Dunlane was in fact alive at the time of the Great Collapse, which I believe to be very likely. As we know, the Great Collapse took place 79 years ago, but we don't really have a clear gauge on when the Augur of Dunlane was alive and kicking. But when we speak to Colette Morantz about our dear lambent friend, the Augur of Dunlane, she drops this little line.
Perhaps I'll ask Tolfdir what really happened. I understand he was here at the time.
She seems to be under the impression that Tolfdir was here at the College of Winterhold when whatever happened to the Augur happened. However, when we speak to Tolfdir about the Augur of Dunlane, he says this.
Well, I suppose he wouldn't mind. It was all before my time, you understand. I've heard the stories, the same as anyone else.
Now that's strange, as his information conflicts with Colette's. Why would she think that Tolfdir was around? Well, I have a suspicion to believe that Tolfdir is intentionally distancing himself from the Augur of Dunlane, as is the college's wish. Because of course, if the Augur of Dunlane's accident date and the date of the Great Collapse align, and word gets out about it, well, case closed. We would have the evidence that Winterhold and the other Nords need to prove that the college was responsible for the Great Collapse, or at least one of their members was, which could lead to the college's demise, which obviously the college doesn't want to happen. So, if the college did know what caused the Great Collapse, they would keep it under wraps. And they sure seem to keep the Augur of Dunlane under some very tight wraps. So we'll get back to this point a little later, but with that idea in mind, it makes sense that Tolfdir, if he was here at the college when the Augur's accident happened, when asked about it, he would weave a different web to disconnect the two events. Those being the Great Collapse and the Augur of Dunlane's accident. Importantly, Tolfdir is also the only character that talks about the Augur of Dunlane with a human approach, as in he talks about the Augur as if he is a person, almost like he knew him in life. Meanwhile, everyone else avoids the subject entirely or briefly mentions him and tells you to talk to someone else, and discusses the Augur like some kind of object rather than a person. But Tolfdir says things like,
"Are you going to see him? Do tell him hello for me, won't you?"
Like they're old pals, giving the Augur consideration, human attributes and courtesies. He then explains in a sympathetic manner how the Augur's life was destroyed,
Do you remember what I first told you? About how not being able to control magic could destroy you? I didn't simply mean it could kill you. The Augur's accident is another very real type of a life destroyed. Well, it's been described as an accident. I can't imagine it was intentional. Something must have gone wrong, and he ended up in the state he's in now, fused to the energies that flow through the college. I've never felt it appropriate to ask him about it, about how that must feel. Or I suppose, if he can feel at all.
Again, it's like he knew him as a person. He's sorrowful, mournful, like he has personally lost someone close to him. Whereas, again, all the other mages at the college reference the augur like some kind of divining artifact.
What? The augur? Oh no, I'm quite sure that's... He's nothing I'm involved in. No.
Whereas Tolfdir seems to have much more emotion in his musings about the augur. Something else very obscure is when Tolfdir says,
"It was all before my time, you understand."
He inflects a tone that makes him sound much older than he normally sounds. It is very subtle, but once you notice it, it is very strange. Listen to this.
Well, I suppose he wouldn't mind. It was all before my time, you understand. I've heard the stories, the same as anyone else.
Notice how his voice changes and it sounds like he suddenly ages 100 years. Do be sure to say hello to him for me. It was all before my time, you see. Like, Tolfdir, what happened to you?
Are you going to see him? Do tell hello for me, won't you? It was all before my time, you understand.
I don't know if this is intentional, but it is odd that his voice change takes place right as he's explaining how the augur's accident was all before his time. Like, he's trying to make himself seem really old, and therefore the augur of Dunlane's accident even older. Again, trying to put as much time between the augur's accident and the Great Collapse. A clever allusion to anyone unaware of his motives. Now, Tolfdir is an old man, and he would have to be around 100 years old, at least in current day Skyrim, to have had been a member of the college during the Great Collapse 79 years ago. Which, again, I believe to be the results of the augur's accident. And while Tolfdir does look like an old man, he doesn't quite look 100 or older. But, as we know, magic can sustain a masterful wizard or witch's life well beyond their natural lifespan. All we need to do is look at someone like Divaith Fear, a Dunmer wizard who is thousands of years old, purely through his mastery of magic. He is so old, in fact, that he was once a Kaima before Azira cursed their race with ashen skin and red eyes, turning them into the Dunmer, which took place in the year 700 of the First Era, around 4,000 years ago. So the concept of a masterful wizard such as Tolfdir being over 100 years old is laughably achievable. The Archmage also has this classic passing line of dialogue.
What you learn here will last you a lifetime. Several if you're talented.
Now, Tolfdir is also the master of alteration magic at the college. So naturally, if anyone had altered their lifespan, it would be him. Interestingly, he also has heterochromia iridis. The colored part of the eye, the iris, is different colors in his two eyes. One is hazel and one is green. And while this does occur in nature in real life, when it comes to video games, well, nothing happens naturally. Everything's done on purpose by a developer. So, a developer had to consciously take the effort to make Tolfdir's eyes like this, which to me is a key clue in showing his ability to alter himself physically, whether it be intentional, unintentional, or just a side effect of a long life of alteration magic. So, taking into account that he's an alteration master wizard, and altering one's lifespan is a known ability of magic users, Tolfdir is likely even older than he looks, and he looks quite old. So was Tolfdir around 79 years ago at the college during the time of the Great Collapse? It's entirely plausible, and I think it is more likely than not. And if the Augur's accident was at this same time, then Tolfdir was here and would have known the Augur of Dunlane in life, which would explain his empathy and sense of loss in regards to the Augur of Dunlane and his, and I quote, life destroyed. Now this concept of Tolfdir knowing the Augur of Dunlane and the Augur causing the Great Collapse doesn't stop here. When we ask the Archmage about the Augur of Dunlane, he says this.
Has Tolfdir been telling stories again? I thought I made it quite clear that this was a subject inappropriate for conversation. Please, don't allow him to continue to discuss the subject.
Suggesting that Tolfdir previously has talked about him quite a bit, a little too much, and that the Archmage has had words with Tolfdir about how spreading knowledge of the Augur is not a topic for discussion. And why would he be against it? Well, to me it's clear the Augur is connected to something dangerous, something bad, a secret that must be kept hidden and forgotten. I mean, all we need to do is observe how some of the other college members react when the Augur is merely mentioned. Like Enthir, for example, he will locate and deal with outlawed objects like black soul gems and Daedra hearts. He also locates and purchases Keening, Kagranak's tool, which played a part in the disappearance of the Dwemer, and was used by the Nerevarine to destroy the heart of a god, the heart of Lorkhan, at the core of Red Mountain, which led to the death of Dagoth-Ur, another living god. So this guy deals with the most dangerous and profane tools, artifacts, and trinkets. Yet when we mention the Augur of Dunlane, he is shaking in his boots. Enthir, you sell Daedra hearts, you surely can tell me about the Augur of Dunlane.
Oh, no, that won't do at all. Not my problem, not even a little. Take it to Tolfdir. He's supposed to be looking after you lot.
He can hook you up with an artifact that has killed 2 gods and an entire race. But the Augur? No, not a chance. Terrified of the mere utterance of his name. So he knows something. He knows the potential ramifications of spreading awareness and knowledge of the Augur of Dunlane. All of the higher wizards are beyond cautious of talking about him, save for a few. Once pressured, Mirabelle Irvine will say this.
That's nothing you need to concern yourself with.
Mirabelle, I'm not asking. Tell me where the Augur is.
Very well. It's not something often discussed, as it might be misunderstood by the locals.
Which is a fair enough explanation, but I think it is one designed so you stop asking questions. In reality, if the locals found out about the Augur of Dunlane, they would have the glove that fits. They'd have their evidence, and they'd have their perpetrator, the proof needed to blame the college on the Great Collapse, which would have no positive outcomes for the College of Winterhold. Only bad things would come from that knowledge escaping the tight lock and key of the Master Wizards at the College of Winterhold. So the concept that the Augur of Dunlane played some part in the Great Collapse does make sense, given all of the evasive and secretive approaches to the Augur of Dunlane when brought up as a topic. Okay, so if he was here, or could have been here 79 years ago, how did he cause the Great Collapse? Well, there are a few quite plausible ways this could have happened. Firstly, the Great Collapse was in fact a natural disaster. The endless lament of the clawing waves of the ghastly brine that crashed and gnawed away at the coastal cliffs eroded enough of the foundations below the city to have it crumble into the sea of ghosts beneath, leaving the city of Winterhold mostly destroyed, lying in ruin as drowned rubble. But, of course, the College of Winterhold miraculously remains standing. This is explained away as the doings of magical wards that were placed around the college long ago. Well, that's fine, but what wards? We don't have any evidence of these wards. Terrible things happen in the college, terrible things leave the college, and terrible things enter the college. I mean, vampires can get into the college and try and kill us. Cultists can enter and try and kill us. Dragons can swoop down and murder everyone. Magical anomalies aren't stopped from entering or exiting. The Eye of Magnus isn't stopped from entering and is not contained when it pops off. So, you know, there is a very long list of events and occurrences that highlight the fact that there are no magical barriers around the College of Winterhold, as none of their effects are perceivable or perceptible. But I do believe a ward was placed around the college at the time of the Great Collapse to prevent the college from collapsing, obviously. This makes more sense, as again all of the evidence that we have in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim highlights that there is in fact not a ward to be seen currently protecting the college. Well, okay, someone activated a very large and magnificent ward, but who would be powerful enough to place a ward around a whole citadel such as the College of Winterhold? Someone who has an unmatched grasp of magic, specifically the tree in which wards belong. And which school of magic do wards come from? That's right, Restoration. The school of magic the Augur of Dunlane mastered and still masters above all others. I think we have found our ward warden. Now, as Tolfdir muses, the Augur of Dunlane appears to be fused with the magics that surrounds the college, suggesting that the Augur was dabbling with them to some extent at the time of his transformation. It's entirely possible that the Augur of Dunlane tapped into these magics, using himself as a conduit to absorb as much magicka as he could, channeling a huge Aubric source to be able to cast a monolithic protective ward around the College of Winterhold to stop it from collapsing. Performing such a spell would be quite a feat, especially for someone who hadn't attempted such a ritual before. The requirements and after effects would be unknowable and unpredictable, such as the Augur of Dunlane ascending in some sense, from a mere mortal to a non-corporeal entity as we find him now. Interestingly, in the Reach culture, some tribes perform totemic offering rituals in order to place protective wards around their settlements. So the concept of warding one's dwelling with magic would have been a familiar idea to a region like the Augur of Dunlane. However, the execution of this mass-scale protective spell holding up the college, the midden and the stone foundations is a huge task, and one that was apparently so demanding that the Augur was shed of his physical form, stripped of flesh, fused with the magics that surround the college, and now he exists as an immortal, non-corporeal and omnipresent entity. This is the most noble theory, as he sacrificed himself, in a sense, to save his college. And while it is totally plausible, it's not as deep or dark as some of the places we're going to creep into. So let us visit the other end of the spectrum. But before we go there, we need to get some ground rules and law laid out that will be necessary and needed to appreciate fully the scope of my ultimate theory about the Augur of Dunlane causing the Great Collapse. So, it is said that the First Era Archmage Shalador founded the College of Winterhold and built the city of Winterhold with a single whispered spell. Whether this is a literal retelling of events or hyperbole of Shalador's great power is unknown. However, what is important is that Shalador, a legendary master wizard, came to this very location and in one way or another founded the college and the city. Now, why would he choose to build a Nirn-wide revered magical institution, the College of Winterhold, all the way out here? He could have built this anywhere, but he chose, well, at face value, a terrible spot. Well, with evidence, of course. I believe there to be a rich magical vein of energy or powerful source of something below the College of Winterhold, and this is what we see as the magic that flows through the college. The very magics that the Augur of Dunlane has supposedly fused with. In the Pocket Guide to the Empire, 3rd edition, we can find an interesting section about Skyrim, and I quote, "Looking at virtually any vista in Skyrim, one is looking at the remains of a battlefield. The great Adric cataclysm that brought Tamriel into existence in primeval times seems to have spent most of their fury in this northern land." So, if the Adra did spend more time creating Skyrim than any other of the provinces, if there were to be a location with residual pockets of Adric energy, deposits of power, stores of magicka, whatever it may be, it would not be surprising if we found that right here in Skyrim. We also have Blackreach, a massive cavern that spans all the way from the Reach in the west to Winterhold in the east. And while we do get to explore an area of Blackreach within the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, in the Elder Scrolls Online, we get to explore even more sections of the cavern, where strange and wonderful magics, artifacts, machines, and excessively undefinable magical occurrences lie in wait. One of which is something known as the Dark Heart of Skyrim, which we'll get onto in a minute, as it might just be the keystone to the Augur's story, including the Great Collapse. So, I believe that underneath the College of Winterhold is access to a great font of power, lurking underground, whatever it may be. You know, these things are hard to define, especially when we don't actually know that it's there. But, with this concept in mind, this would explain why Shalador chose to build the College of Winterhold here, because of the magics that were already present at the location. The same magics that now flow through the College of Winterhold, which are the very magics that the Augur of Dunlane has fused with. Another reason I believe this ambient magic to be from a deeper, more ancient source than the college itself is a little something that the Augur of Dunlane says when we talk to him.
"It is a good path, one untraveled by many. It is a path that could save your college."
When he references saving the College of Winterhold, his wording is strange and distanced. He is fused with the magics that flow through the college, which initially led me to think that he had become one with the College of Winterhold. But no, he says, save your college.
"It is a path that could save your college."
He doesn't say, save me, save my college, save our college, save the college, but save your college. Despite him being one with the magics that flow through the College of Winterhold, that run through the foundations, into every room of the institution, the Augur of Dunlane completely disconnects himself from the college itself, which makes me think that these flowing magics and the College of Winterhold are two completely separate things, And again, the college was just built here by Shalador because of these already existing magics. Now, the Augur of Dunlane may have also said, save your college, because he knows what is going to happen, as in we will become the Archmage. After all, he is an Augur, he can see into the future. He was referencing the college as if we were already in charge. Not to take away from my earlier very suspicious point about his complete disconnection to the college, but it is a curious addition to the mix. Now, just while we are here and talking about Shalador and the nearby underground magics and obscure things of this ilk that populate Winterhold's subterrane, let me present some very strange findings that I have made. Archmage Shalador, a Nord Archmagus, who lived in the First Era and had an understanding of magic that few have ever known. Well, he once lived in a place called the Fortress of Ice, which was said to be an ancient ruin located within the ice fields of the Hold of Winterhold. We actually get to visit this location in the Elder Scrolls I arena thousands of years after Shalador lived there. The exact time difference is unknown, as Shalador is only known to have lived in the First Era and warred with the Dwemer in the 400th year, though the First Era spans for 2,920 years. So nailing down exactly when Shalador was in the Fortress of Ice is seemingly impossible. Point being, between Shalador living there and us visiting the ruin in the Elder Scrolls I arena was at least 1,200 years, and possibly over 3,000 years, depending on when Shalador was there. So Shalador's Fortress of Ice hung around for a few thousand years, then we got to explore it in the Elder Scrolls I arena, but then 235 years after the Elder Scrolls I arena, in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, when we come to the same location, the ice fields of Winterhold, no such Fortress of Ice can be found. I find it very strange that this location just seems to have, poof, vanished in the last 200 years, after having remained for thousands of years. In fact, there is only one location that can be found in the ice fields of Winterhold in the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. One location that just so happens to perfectly lie exactly where the Fortress of Ice once lay. And that ruin is called Saarthal. Yes, Saarthal, where the Eye of Magnus is found. If we take a look at the map from the Elder Scrolls I arena, we can see that Winterhold is this castle here, and just to the southwest in the ice fields of Winterhold is the Fortress of Ice. And if we have a look at this map from the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, here is Winterhold, and just to the southwest in the ice fields of Winterhold is Saarthal, a location that stands alone, surrounded by no other. Strangely and extremely suspiciously, Saarthal is in exactly the same spot as the Fortress of Ice should be, which has also strangely and extremely suspiciously gone missing in the last 200 years, after staying put for the last few thousand years. Could it be that this Fortress of Ice and Saarthal are one and the same? The Fortress of Ice is described as a ruin, which Saarthal is, and would have been when Shalador was there, as Saarthal was functioning during the Mythic era, before Shalador came to be in the First era. Also, Saarthal is where the Eye of Magnus lies when we first find it. The Eye of Magnus, the god and source of Magicka, sits in a ruin that just so happens to be in the exact same location as the Fortress of Ice, which was a ruin inhabited by Archmage Shalador, who somehow gained an understanding of Magicka that few others have ever achieved. Could it be that he had the Eye of Magnus? He certainly seemed to revere the damn thing. As we've learnt, Shalador created the College of Winterhold. Even his statue stands at the heart of the courtyard to this day. And all around the institution that Shalador founded, we can find Eye of Magnus motifs, such as the stained glass windows, the paving patterns on the floor, and of course the gates. To enter the College of Winterhold, you literally have to open the Eye of Magnus. A foreshadowing, it would seem. There is something else very suspicious. Well, actually it surpasses suspicious, and it's almost just so odd and beyond normal evidence to make a point in a video like this that I don't even know what to do with it, but I must tell you about it. Once again, this involves Shalador, Great Power, and Winterhold, and it gets pretty weird, and is comprised of a handful of odd things all mixing together and through each other. So, to the north of the College of Winterhold is an ice hovel called Septimus Cygnus's Outpost. It is quite close to the college. In here we will find a man called Septimus Cygnus, who has spent his life studying and trying to understand the more obscure components of the Elder Scrolls universe, just like the Elder Scrolls themselves. The result is a seemingly mad old wizard, not dangerous, but quite odd and nonchalant in his language and ruminations. Now, along with Septimus Cygnus, inside this ice dwelling is a large Dwemer lockbox. Septimus will give us a quest, at the end of which the Dwemer lockbox will be unlocked. He sought to do this as he believed that the heart of Lorkhan was lurking within it. But nay, in here rests a Daedric artifact, known as the Ogma Infinium, a relic of the Daedric Prince of Forbidden Knowledge, Hermaeus Mora, also known by many other names, including the Demon of Knowledge, the Prince of Fate, the Lord of Secrets, the Golden Eye, Daedra, the Abyssal Cephaliarch, the Old Antecedent, Scryer, Inevitable Noah, the Woodland Man, and the Gardener of Men, among surprisingly many more, which I shall not bear down upon you now. So this artifact of his, the Ogma Infinium, has some very special powers, as the knowledge within the tome grants the reader access to the artifact's energy, which can be manipulated to achieve near demigod abilities, powers, and knowledge. We'll get back to this in a second. Now, as we learned earlier, Archmage Shalador existed during the First Era. The only recorded and dated events of his shenanigans are during the early quarter of the era around the 400 year. So I'd imagine that he was active during the first 1,000 years or so of the First Era. During this time, he wrote a book called Shalador's Insights, which is filled with odd scribblings and diagrams, which appear unreadable. Strangely, there are actually a number of missing pages, which, thanks to the Elder Scrolls community, have been painstakingly deciphered, as they are written in a number of fictional languages and jotted down in harsh fonts. But this one page here bears something very strange indeed. Keep in mind, this was written by Shalador, so it was written literally thousands of years before the events of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Bear that in mind, as it's very important for what you are about to hear. Oh, and while there may be a few mistranslated words here and there, the form of the whole shines through and will bend your brain. So on this page of Shalador's Insights, it says this, and I quote, "The current home of Septimus Cygnus answers the question. It's a looming iceberg that happens to have a hutch in it. In the center of the iceberg, though, is a large Dwemer lockbox. Septimus had carved a cave into the iceberg so that one side of the lockbox essentially makes up a wall of the cave. The iceberg was created around the lockbox by some unknown person within the last few hundred years. This person came across the Ogma Infinium, recognized it as an item of evil and sealed it away in the iceberg so that the world would be safe from its influence. It does not need to be a large space, but there should be a space between Septimus's living area and the area which has the lockbox, and the exit where one can be out of sight. Hermaeus Mora will appear there. End quote. So Shalador's Insights, a book written thousands of years before the events of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, reference very specifically Septimus Cygnus in an iceberg with a Dwemer lockbox that contains the Ogma Infinium and where Hermaeus Mora will appear, all of which are present right here in modern-day Skyrim. That's pretty weird, right? Shalador wrote about events that would take place thousands of years in the future. Well, you want to know something even weirder? Inside the Ogma Infinium, Hermaeus Mora's artifact of forbidden knowledge, there is this, a diagram. And if we take this image and then compare it to a bird's eye view of the College of Winterhold, it looks fairly similar to the foundations of the institution, which Shalador founded and built. That is pretty damn odd. Like I said, all of these things are connected and so obscure and strange that I really don't know what to do with this information other than be highly suspicious of all things involving the College of Winterhold and the areas close by. Which brings us back to my point about there being something, a source of power below the College of Winterhold, which, as I theorize, was the reason Shalador built the college here in the first place. Perhaps Shalador used the Ogma Infinium's knowledge to bolster his arcane understandings, or even build the College of Winterhold. After all, the foundations match with the diagram found within the Ogma Infinium. Perhaps this is power the Augur of Dunlane used to ascend his mortal form. Shalador did seem to have some kind of power of farsight, referencing Septimus Cygnus in his book, an event which would come thousands of years later. This farsight, seeing into the future, is also an ability that the Augur of Dunlane possesses. Perhaps they both got this ability from the same source, the Ogma Infinium. After all, its owner, Hermaeus Mora, among his many other names, is known as the Scryer. A Scryer being someone who can predict the future. Just the same as Shalador and the Augur of Dunlane, both in close proximity to the Ogma Infinium and sharing these scrying powers. It's all strange to think about. So, and now that we have those pillars set, let's explore the darkest and deepest theory I have for the Augur of Dunlane causing the Great Collapse. I believe that he intentionally collapsed the majority of the city of Winterhold to cause a mass death, which would provide a payload of souls in order for him to ascend his current form. There are many ways that we can apply this theory to make it make sense within the Elder Scrolls universe, whether it be through a personal ritual, divine sacrifice, Daedric payment, or some other infernal method. Often do we see souls being used to power just about everything in the Elder Scrolls, so destroying half a city to fuel some kind of apotheosis via the harvested souls is 100% plausible, and quite frankly, probably the most sound theory for the Great Collapse being intentional. Now, as we know, leading up to the Great Collapse there were maelstroms, storms of an unseen ferocity that racked the coastline, and supposedly eroded the sea cliffs to a point in which they crumbled away, causing the city of Winterhold to crash into ruin. These storms could have been intentional and cast as a device to cause the Great Collapse via erosion. It would be a clever way to mask it and make it seem like natural disaster. Storm magic is not unheard of within the Elder Scrolls. The Mayama, the Sea Elves of the South, use it all the time. Hell, there's even a class of magic called weather magic, which is talked about more in depth in a book called War Weather. If you wish to read about the topic more in depth, check that book out. But back to weather magic, even things like the Way of the Voice is a type of magic that can control the weather. Whether it be calling a storm or clearing the skies. Even the Sigic Order summoned a storm to completely annihilate the Pyandonian fleet, which is ironic as the Pyandonians are the Mayama. They come from the continent of Pyandonia. And the Mayama are the ones who use storm magic most commonly. Funny they should be destroyed by the very same forces. Point being that summoning a storm through magic is something that the Augur of Dunlane could have done in order to cause the Great Collapse. It may have also been the side effect of his ritual, as we do see storm-like weather occurring as the result of another magic, such as the Skull on Solstheim, while meditating their warding ritual against Hermaeus Mora and Mirac. A violent storm-like weather is created around their settlement. Weather magic is also said to be connected to the old ways of magic, and is not properly understood in an academic sense in modern-day Tamriel. Just like reach magic, which is interesting, because in the Elder Scrolls Online, during the Greymoor and Markarth chapter, all of the incredibly destructive Harrow storms were created by harnessing the power of Reach Witch magic, the very same magic that the Augur of Dunlane would be very well versed in, and would have been raised to use. So in one way or another, the storms that ate the coastline could have very well been intentional, or at the very least a result of Augur and his apotheosis ritual. Now, what exactly would the Augur of Dunlane be doing with all of these souls? Well, as I said, we can apply it in many ways, but here is one plausible course of action for you. In Reachman mythology, there is an ancient prophecy and tale of an evil heart below Skyrim, as the Reach Witch Arana will tell us.
The Dark Heart, you say? There's a tale as old as the Ridge with an evil heart at its center. Like most Ridge stories, it ends bloody. The story of the Dark Heart. The Ghost Song clan knows well. My clan, once. I need to speak with my sister, Natharia. She studied the old secrets, knows about prophecies, Gil and Fel, traditions passed down from our foremothers. Like the story of the prophecy of the Dark Heart. It deals with souls, shadows, endings.
Now this Dark Heart is a piece of primal void from the place between the places outside of Mundus, Oblivion, and Aetherius, simply known as a void. This Dark Heart is said to grant access to eternal life and is considered to be a source of unlimited power. The cost, of course, is souls, many souls. In the Second Era, it was awoken by none other than the Ghost Song clan, a tribe of Reachmen. And while this clan sacrifice got the Dark Heart to stir, it was not quite enough to fully awaken it. As Arana clarifies, a mass death is needed.
It can be awakened, but I need to get the help of the Reach Witches.
To awaken the Dark Heart, my coven must sacrifice that they hold most dear. Their own kin. Many Ghost Song clan members are about to die.
They gladly died to awaken the Dark Heart from its slumber. We give our souls to the Dark in return for eternal life. I shall complete the ritual and awaken the Dark Heart.
The prophecy says it takes more than a handful of deaths to awaken the Dark Heart.
Something as powerful as the Dark Heart that's been asleep for millennia may stir from the taste of a few souls, but I suspect it needs a banquet to awaken fully.
Now, the Dark Heart was last known to dwell in Blackreach, which, as we've learnt, runs all the way from the Reach in the west to Winterhold in the east.